All right. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh, everyone. Welcome to day 5 of the United Six Summit. It's hard to believe that we've finally reached our final day, and over the past week, we've had the privilege of learning from members of Congress, government officials, attorneys, humanitarian leaders, professors, and advocates. And they've not only shared their expertise, but they showed how their passion for serving others. So I hope that this summit has shown you that advocacy isn't reserved for a select few, it's for every one of us. We all have the ability to make a difference, whether that's standing up for someone's rights, serving our communities, or simply choosing to lead with compassion. So, as we begin our final day together, I encourage you to stay engaged, ask your last minute questions, and think about what you're going to take with you after today. These conversations may end this afternoon, but your journey as a leader and an advocate is just beginning. So, thank you for spending the entire week with us, and let's make our final day together the most meaningful yet. All right, let's us get started. So while we are waiting for our speaker to join us, I want to thank everyone for being here. Um, I've had a lot of fun. I'm glad I learned a lot myself too. And I feel like there's so many other things that like I want to tell you guys about that we haven't been able to talk about. Um, any takeaways, Christina?
I think for this year we have the diversity of our speakers. I think we have from private, we have from the government, and the diversing ideas. I think as this made it the summit more exciting. I think there's so much information that we can pick up from all the information given by the speakers, and I think um our students will be able to get inspiration from this, whichever I think road they would like to take. And yesterday, I think before we ended, i I said I'd love how Rick said that I am not a lawyer yet. I loved how he said that with conviction, and I told him definitely he knows where he's going. So I think with all of the rest of the students, this is definitely a great lineup that we have, and would like to hear from them also after the summit. What else do they have? Any suggestion or whatever we want to improve, or their dream speakers for the next summits, and how they would like to contribute, even in the preparations or after, and as we welcome them to United Six.
Yes, yes. There's been a lot of volunteering opportunities. I want to hear how everyone feels, inspired, and if they already have ideas on what they want to do. That's what I want to hear about. Um, Pradeep, thank you so much for being here. Do you have any thoughts that you would like to share?
Sorry about that. I was looking for my unmute button. Um, yes, I have been feeling so inspired by attending these sessions to do more in my community now. And I think speaking to a lot of and listening to a lot of the speakers and how they came to be where they are now helps me see the same for myself. I think before this, it was just an idea like, oh yeah, I want to be a lawyer and I want to be an advocate. And now it's like, okay, well, I've seen other people and heard about other people and what they've done, and now I understand that it can also happen for me. And especially as a girl, like speaking to Jaspreet Kaur yesterday and listening to her, that was so inspirational. I think as girls in general, we sometimes feel like, we have to just work a little harder and to compete in the legal field, which is mostly like male dominated. But yeah, I'm feeling more inspired. And since I am in New Jersey, I'm very interested in volunteer opportunities here. I know like Inderjeet was talking about stuff that he's done for New York. I think it would be really cool to have something similar, or if we don't have already, but expand on it in New Jersey. Yeah.
I think just yesterday, they had another food distribution. I believe he said that they do it every 2 weeks. So, you should definitely get in contact with him. And if you're in the
Okay.
area, you guys should definitely come down. Yeah, it's really amazing. He was saying it started with like 4 volunteers and now it's like blossomed to like so
Yeah.
many. And it's really good. And he was saying that it's not just food, like it's other supplies, blankets and other things too. And I think that's really, really amazing. You know, it just kind of lets me know that like there's so many other ways to help the community. And yes, Lunger is an amazing, amazing concept, but like we don't have to limit ourselves just to food, you know? And especially like now with speaking of the of the man of the moment in the Rudy's here, just knowing that like we have other things like I was saying, how the weather right now, especially you guys are experiencing a lot of heat, and then the air quality, and there's just so many things that we could do to help our community and not just, pass out longer, which is amazing and needed as well. But like there's other things, and we had a donor one time that had a pallet full of like I think like antihistamine, like something, but it was like he was like, I want to donate to you guys, and like they knew that we had facilities that we could do this stuff. So it's really amazing, and I think like it's a great way to connect with the community, see what type of resources that they can offer, like business people, and um like Suneha, actually, her father's a dentist, and we actually met at a health fair, and that's how I kind of lured her into United Six, and so I think we'll be working together and hopefully doing some type of maybe like a dental clinic, or with her dad, and because information, there's so much information out there, and I think we were talking about doing a dental clinic either for children or for like elderly, because obviously like most adults, we have this conversation, we know that dental hygiene, how important it is, but sometimes you know I I don't know if I've told you guys, but I have 3 kids, and my little one just hates brushing his teeth. But like you think about the elderly and how they want to take care of things like that. So it's important to connect with your own community and see what they have to offer, and then say, other doctors that can do mental, health clinics. In the D3G, are you there? Would you be able to actually, I know you posted in the group about a health fair that you're going to be doing.
Yes, Sat Sri Akal Penji, and Sat Sri Akal everyone. So we are organizing a community resource fair with the New York City Health and Hospitals Department, and it's just like bringing in like different city agencies to assess and connect them with community members. So for example, if someone needs to get an ID made, you have the mayor's office of immigrant affairs right there, and they could help you fill out your paperwork on site. If someone needs, like, for the elderly, if they need like some elderly assistance, whether it's information, or whether it's like like need to assess their need help with their SNAP benefits, or Medicaid. You have the Department of Aging there. Someone needs to get a health checkup, you have NYC Health and Hospital. So this is like a resource fair that we're organizing for the community at the largest Sikh Gurdwara, which is like another name for a Sikh temple in New York City, this coming month.
I
Would
would love
you
to
let us
attend
know?
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Just gonna say I would love
Go
to
ahead,
attend that.
Pradeep.
Because I'm in New Jersey, but I frequent New York often, and it's just like a quick 45-minute without traffic drive. So that would be great to attend and volunteer and be a part of.
No, absolutely. I'll share the information in the chat, and you can always join us for Seva. We also have like a New York City volunteer Seva group with like volunteers who, from time to time show up for Seva, whether it's at Langar Seva, whether it's health clinics, whether it's like seminars. So definitely, if I'm going to share the information in the chat, and we would love to have you join us for Seva.
Indrajit Virji, would you actually let us know like how you got in contact with them, like, to inspire others and how they can connect with their community? Like, how did you make that connection?
Well, yeah, so it's just like we have a long partnership going back a few years since I joined with New York City Health and Hospitals. We have worked with them. We originally worked with them during the pandemic in 20, like after 2020. We worked with them in during 2021 when the vaccines first came out, and there was like a big rush to get the vaccine. Everyone wanted to get the vaccines, but particularly for immigrants and for elderly, it was very hard to go get the vaccines with, especially the climate that was there. So we partnered with NYC Health and Hospitals for the first time, and we conducted mobile vaccine clinics at the Gurdwara. The Gurdwara we chose to conduct this was Gurdwara Sikh Culture Society, which is like the largest Sikh Gurdwara on the east coast of the United States. It's 75,000 square feet large. So we conducted the vaccines there. And in a month, we vaccinated close to 2,000 people in our community. So that's where the partnership with them started. And then, from time to time, we always like, if we have like an idea or we want to share something with them, we reach out to them. And then if they could accommodate us, then, we go about this. This opportunity to partner with them for this resource fair, we had reached out to them a while back. They just didn't have the availability then, and now like in this month they confirmed with us that they have the availability. So that's how we go about organizing this. In terms of other city agencies, it's just very basic. Just you just reach out to them. We have liaisons in a lot of different city agencies that we reach out to, and we just organize from there. So I mean, even in your local city or local town, it's if you want to take the initiative, you could also. It's like basically it requires coordination with the Gurdwara committee and with the city agencies, and United Sikhs just serves as like a liaison in between, just coordinating everything. Thank you.
Really great. Okay. Our next speaker, it has a little spotty connection, and let me just get him settled. Talk amongst yourselves.
I do have an announcement. Hi, good morning, everybody. I have an announcement. Just that we have Congresswoman Meng joining us. She's already said to us that she has a very tight schedule. And the condition of coming on and speaking to us is that we allow her to commence at 12 o'clock on the dot. So just, I know I left a space of 15 minutes in between speakers this morning for that particular purpose, so that there isn't any sort of, sort of snafu. So just giving you all the heads up. Okay. And Pupinder, I hope everything at home is okay.
Yes, thank you. Amrital Vijay, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Fateh, can you share my PPT?
Yes, let me just pull it up. Please introduce yourself, Vijay.
So this is Amritpal Singh. So I'm working as an advocate in the district courts for the Sahib, and also I'm legal aid counselor at Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University, Fatehgarh Sahib. There we provide free legal awareness to the rural community in the district, and we also provide training to the students for mootings. We conduct legal aid awareness at gatherings called melas, at villages, at different places, and we train students to give practical experience to give and enhance practical experience indeed, so that they can get the practical conflicts of the people, those who are uh, really are fighting with the violations, human right violations. So today I'm here to discuss my views on. Okay, so today I'm here for discussing the opportunities which lie under the human right violations. So I kindly request to share my PPT so that I can start initially. Thank you. So here's
Okay,
the
please continue.
PPT. Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be discussing mostly about the opportunities which lie from the human rights violations or conflicts in the society. So my topic will include two conflicts at national and state level of Punjab. I'll initially be discussing the Punjab conflict, one major conflict, and then national conflict. So going ahead, the idea for this PPT or topic was to discuss the human rights concerns at both national and Punjab level and to reflect the open spaces of the opportunities in the framework and policy failures. Going ahead, we have uh, we have different headlines related to policy failure and human rights impact in the nation. So, first of all, we have the conflict of the anti-sacrilege law, which was widely debatable in the Indian country. So, we have several disputes and debates related to uh, Guru Granth Sahib Ji Act, which shows that the state is having none of the responsibility of drafting the laws related to humankind, and also the terminology was which was used in the act was very debatable. When Jathedarji called all MLAs at the Akal Takht Sahib, they were of the viewpoint that they have not read the whole act. None of the MLA was of the opinion that they have read the act. So this shows that how they are taking the responsibility of human rights or the religious rights of the people. And we are of the questions that is this human rights or religion rights? So this question lies for debate and for panel discussions of young people, for community leaders, for all of us who are gathering at these online platforms. So going ahead, next we have one national conflict of the NEET exam. It was also very debatable, and it was one chapter of human right concerns, because people are getting very frustrated of this NTA uh, NTA agency, which is the testing agency of India, and it is taking very lightly to the people and leaking the papers at national level. So this shows how lenient the Indian government is taking the rights of the people. And again, there is question that is this rights failure or government failure? Again, it's point of discussion. So I'll be discussing the key points to discuss to follow up the past days, which we have gathered over here at this summit, so that we can go ahead with some policy frameworks, or we can have some opportunities ahead to move on some productive and progressive work for welfare of the society, and to criticize the existing policies of the government, and to bring out some productive framework. So going ahead, I was of the some miscellaneous concerns. Initially, I was discussing about these miscellaneous concerns that no one is bothered about, and the news is not highlighting these impacts or these concerns. So I have brought into it that we should also go in these concerns. Going ahead, next slide, please. That human rights can be multifaceted, that it has multi dimensions. Like for example, in Punjab, we have a large rice cultivation, and the which is impacting the climate, and it is making global warming. And at high levels, people are suffering. Small farmers, layman is suffering from the large scale cultivation, because humidity rises at extent level. So none of the policy of the government is on these concerns, and no one is discussing these concerns on any platform, and no policy framework has been framed so that these human right concerns can be discussed. And I call this human right concern because it is affecting human at large, and it is affecting the tomorrow coming future. It is very future is very like it's very difficult to survive for laymen. So one must be responsible so that the policy frameworks and the livelihood generation of people should be regulated by the policy frameworks in a defined and structured manner. Next, going ahead, we have economic violations like monopolies, black marketing, and MSME sufferings like big, big industrialists are growing more, and the micro, small, and medium enterprises are depressing day by day because they are gaining wealth, and the government is supporting them because political funds are being transferred to them. So indeed, these things are to be discussed in detail, that where the crackdowns are uh, being followed up. Next, we have road safety and justice denial. Uh, the most dangerous point is justice denial, because when we have reached the community, when we were conducting these legal aid campaigns, most of the concerns were about the refusal of registration of FIRs. So people are suffering that why the police is not registering FIRs. There are 2 points: that the police is afraid, or police is is being concerned about complicated process of registrations of FIRs, then taking the accused to magistrates and producing the police reports, etc., etc. All things are concerned with the refusal of the FIRs, and people are not aware that what are other things that can be taken out from the refusal. That applications can be moved to the magistrates, SSP, to the SSPs or senior officials of the police. None of the rural resident is being aware about these concerns or for these rights. So these things are to be taken from these human rights violations, which have been naturally derived by the conduct of the system and the conduct of the government. Next, completing these human rights violations and multifaceted dimensions of the violations. Now I come to the opportunities to unlock. Sorry, the spelling of unlock is are wrong here, so I have not seen. Sorry. So going ahead, we have the follow-ups for the past days, those days which we have spent online for this summit, and I am very interested to carry out these days forward for uh, for collaborations and working with you all so that we can bring out some productive and progressive policy frameworks or some documents which can help society with our discussions, with our key points which we have taken with our key takeaways from these 5 days or 4 days which we have spent through all the distinguished speakers here. So first of all, I am very interested, sir, that we can interview reformers like we are discussing here on the online platform. We can make documentaries that on specific topics, on specific conflicts, on conflict resolutions, how we can set up a framework, structured framework that can solve the conflicts or solve the violations. What are the solutions for the violations? So that we can create documentary, or we can create a content to publish on social media, because today's generation is all they are all attached to social media, and especially India and especially Punjab. They all are free because they are unemployed, and they are always stick to the mobile phone and seeing reels, always scrolling the phone, and they are very attached to it. So these things can move up, so they give a push so that people can know about their rights, they can be aware about their own choice. So we can create the content of their choice, but we can insert the things of our own choice so that they can indulge those things and can lift up and can the welfare of the society can be evaluated. Next comes the critical evaluation of the policies to develop space for research and impact. We can create a forum to find out the research gaps in the society so that the gap can be filled up by the intellectuals of the society, those graduates, those who are getting passed out from the colleges and not getting the jobs, but they can be involved or engaged in useful research and impact analysis so that productive and fruitful energy that can be utilized for these things which can enhance the societal benefit welfare. These things can amplify the voices of the youth through leadership programs and forums like this one. And I hope that I was seeing yesterday that many youngsters have joined this forum, this summit, and it was very motivating for me to speak on this platform that because all minds are young minds, and I am also from one of them, and we can collaborate at same mindset, and we can do something, and we can create something. So with mutual understanding, because my perspective is one side, and you will see from other side, and we can shape the same. The ideologies are formed. Therefore, the ideologies are formed like this only. So there are some of the social perspective we need to shape through participation. Like this, the participation will give something productive, and we'll do something someday. Next, going ahead, small initiatives and programs. These are some programs which I usually think about nowadays because these are little concerned about, I think so, with human rights. That none of the country, I am not aware of that that mobile literacy has been implemented in some country or not. And expenditure literacy comes from the point that when past years, Punjab was fighting with the suicides of the farmers. They were doing suicide because they were overburdened by the loans, etc. And none of the men was aware of the expenditure, how to earn, how to spend money. So these things are to be implemented in the curriculum so that, and we can suggest to the governments of different countries so that they can implement this curriculum so that uh, we can step into modern era. We can step into some productive and easy livelihood so that we can solve things very quickly within a structured uh, mindset. Next comes legal literacy sessions. There must be legal literacy sessions in fifth standard to 10th. It's my own mindset. I've created some levels for some rules regulations to implement these policies because I usually think about this social initiatives can be taken because I am already engaged in NGO, which was founded by the youngsters when we were doing graduation in the university. And we were thinking about these programs, but we haven't got any experts in the field of mobile literacy, expenditure literacy. So legal literacy, we have advocates and lawyers. We can engage them to aware people. So last comes evolving approach. So one of the distinguished idea in my mind was about human rights and interfaith. It is a great idea because recently I was applying for my PhD program in one of the human rights university, and I thought of interfaith and human rights approach because recently I visited London in the interfaith youth leadership program. So I thought about that. Why not uh, we can collaborate interfaith and human rights approach because in India is thinking about from the Indian perspective that India is multi faith country. So many and major disputes are from the faith perspectives. So we can solve them by sitting by interfaith programs, and we can achieve human rights protection, human rights human rights framework by these interfaith discussions. And although the Sikh gurus have involved themselves for giving themselves, for sacrificing for other communities, and it itself declares the interfaith approach of the in the roots of the Sikh community, and which is very motivating for us to do the work in this approach, interfaith plus human rights approach. It's very good. I think so, because I haven't listened, or I haven't heard about the integration of interfaith and human rights to work upon this topic. So this was my small presentation, giving you a move to collaborate with me, or I can collaborate with you all, so that we can go ahead with this summit, and with this productive 5 days collective participation of all of us. It was very good initiative of the United Sikhs, and I also thank you for giving me time, and thank you all for listening me. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Virgi. Appreciate it. I think we have 5 more minutes left. Does anybody have any questions for Amitpal Virgi? If he's still here? Okay, yeah. Any questions for Virgi? It's really, really insightful, Virgi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Any questions? Any questions in the chat? Sorry, I forgot to fix this.
At last slide there was email. If anyone wants to connect with me, can email me. Then we can go ahead with some of the programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This
Yeah, just sufficient maybe. I think it's important that he was also able to mention about climate justice, and especially in some of the areas in the globe, there are issues that we face these issues, and I think it's important that we bring this at the global stage, that it is important nowadays, because I remember several years back that most of the lawyers, um most of the lawyers does not really they do not really give that much importance, but nowadays we really have to, I think, exert more efforts, especially there are like months, this time of the year. I think we are expecting another flooding. Hopefully there will nothing sort of like last year will happen in Punjab, but we have to also pay attention of this, and we have to teach how can we possibly make who the government or those in the administration accountable, because I think in climate justice it is also important that we identify who are those accountable for this.
yes. Well, thank you so much, Virgi. We really appreciate your time. Um, I believe Representative Meng's staff is here. While they are getting themselves situated, may yes, Amritpal Virji, if it's okay with you, you can also please add your email and contact information in the chat, and we'll encourage our attendees to contact you. Megan, I believe. Will you please accept the panelist promotion, unless we are waiting for Representative Meng to join on a separate device?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Virginia. We really appreciate your insight. Okay, Wanda, please take it away.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for.
How are you?
Morning, Congress Member Meng. How are you? It's so great to
Hi.
see.
You
Can you hear me?
too. Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, my camera probably has to adjust and it takes a moment, but we're so happy to see you come participate again in the United Sikh Summit. I know that you have been a great supporter over the years of our summit and have appeared at least 3 or 4 times in the past. So we're very happy to hear from you. And if you would just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became Congress member, how long you've been in Congress, and all the other interesting things about you.
Sure. Am I speaking now or?
Yes, yes, I know that you have a quick start at 12 noon and you have a hard stop late. So yes, please.
Okay. Well, thank you, Wanda, for the introduction, and thank you to everyone at United Sikhs for the tremendous work that you all do. It's an honor to be able to collaborate with many of your team members, especially throughout the last few years, and especially during these tough times for so many of our shared communities. I'm proud to represent a vibrant Sikh community in Queens, New York. And the Sikh community has been a pillar in New York and across the country. And really proud, especially of the Sikh community's generosity, hospitality, and able to link together the different generations on various issues. I think that's so important. I deeply admire your work, helping to do everything from feeding the hungry, sheltering the poor, showing up for our neighbors within and beyond the Sikh community with legal assistance and healthcare support, when it's most needed. And I don't have to tell all of you that your engagement now is more important than ever before. Extremists have used law enforcement to target immigrant communities, attacking the birthright citizenship that was literally guaranteed by our 14th Amendment, thrown millions off of healthcare and food assistance that our families desperately need to survive, and abandoning our global leadership when democracy is under attack around the world. They have just let hate grow and fester around the country, and even stoking the flames, and that is unacceptable. FBI statistics have shown a 59% jump in hate crimes targeting the Sikh community, despite just being 0.2% of the US population. The community is the third most targeted group in the country. Working hand in hand with you, I and many of my colleagues are committed to fighting for our shared values and future. Recently, I introduced a bill to strengthen community-based approach to fighting hate crimes. I also passed a measure that will hold the Defense Department accountable for its discriminatory facial hair policy, which has done so much damage, especially in our Sikh community. And I'm also a proud supporter of the bipartisan Sikh American Anti-Discrimination Act. As chair of KPAC, which stands for the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus here in Congress, I'm also fighting for over 150,000 Sikh truck drivers who are directly being targeted by the Trump administration's discriminatory immigration policies. I joined our colleagues in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus in an amicus brief challenging the Trump administration's efforts to illegally enforce its immigration priorities through the Department of Transportation. But we have to continue to take that fight to the courts, and we intend to fight and win. In America, where I was born and raised, my parents were immigrants who came to this country, worked in a restaurant for most of their lives, and later on owned their own small business. It's important that we all in shared communities work together more closely than ever. And I believe that in our diverse country, no one should live in fear of practicing their faith. I'm leading bipartisan legislation called the Pray Safe Act to cut red tape and make it easier for houses of worship, faith-based communities, and nonprofits to access life-saving security resources. We also need to keep and protect our immigrants and hold ICE accountable. I've introduced legislation to rein ICE in, requiring agents to wear badges, allowing for virtual check-ins for our families so that people don't have to risk getting arrested when just showing up at an appointment when they're here legally and following the law. I should, at the very least, follow the same conduct standards as other law enforcement do. We have the right to live in safe communities, free from the lawless and violent tactics of this administration. We also have a right to put food on the table for our families and a right to health care. We have a lot of work to do. Things like repealing the big ugly bill cuts, strengthen food benefits by allowing them to be used to purchase hot foods, stand against cuts to programs like the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, which help our local food pantries. And, you know, at a time of surging authoritarianism, we have a duty to stand as a beacon of human rights and democracy to the world and make sure that vulnerable communities have access to equal opportunity. Before I close, I do want to again acknowledge the young people who are part of United Sikhs and many young people who come to our offices in New York and in Washington, D.C. every year. Since I've been in Congress, they have been a constant presence and have helped educate hundreds of Congress members about priority issues facing the Sikh community and helping bring our diverse communities closer together. And I'm just really proud of the civic engagement that you all exercise. I know you have a long and fascinating agenda for the summit, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it and very proud of all of you.
Thank you, Congress Member Meng. Christina, if you can read the students if they have any questions. How long do we have, Congress Member, for student questions? Are you going to take student questions?
I have to hop off around 12:15, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Anyone who would like to ask question to Congress Member Grace Meng? Yes, Inderjeet, yes, you would like to ask.
Yeah. Congressmember Meng, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm also a resident of Queens, New York, and really appreciate all the work you do. I just wanted to raise one really pressing issue that's affecting the not just the New York City Sikh community, but the American Sikh community as a whole, and that is of transnational repression. We really would like if you can take this to the highest levels of the federal government, that Sikh activists all over the country, not just all over the US, but also in other countries like Canada and the UK, are being targeted for their peaceful activism. So that's a very serious safety concern for the American Sikh population, as the voices of Sikhs that have once been silenced during the 1984 Sikh genocide, and today once again, the Sikh community is facing the same threat of being silenced. So transnational repression is coming from the Indian government is very, very serious, and is a real threat not just to the Sikh Americans but also to our national sovereignty. So we would really appreciate if you could take that to the highest levels of government and have some sort of legislation introduced and eventually passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Inderjeet. That is entirely something that United States is seeing across, as you mentioned, Congressmember, we do a lot of sort of interaction with the community on legal issues and all of these civil rights issues. And Inderjeet is absolutely right. We were influential in sort of getting the FBI to investigate certain behavior that then led to the discovery of assassination plots, even here in New York. But I want to say that the transnational aggression or repression sort of manifests in two other ways, and that is one is that we see a lot of nonprofit organizations, and particularly youth organizations and organizations that involve educators, talking about 1984 and the Punjab issues of self-determination being sort of sanctioned and censored from Facebook and other social media. That's one of the ways that we're seeing this sort of manifest. In the past, we saw it manifested also, people sort of getting on no-fly lists or being placed on no-fly lists. And there's one other that I don't recall, but we will, if we, we hope to have at some point a meeting with your office to discuss all of these issues. And and we'll reach out again to you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Wanda. We absolutely want to have that communication, and what we want to take a look at if there have been any efforts, even behind the scenes, on this legislatively or through our caucuses. But yeah, happy to chat with you more about this. Thank you, Inderjeet, for raising this issue. We are obviously aware of the FBI past investigation, and are concerned that this may be happening in parts of New York or other parts of the country as well. So thank you for raising this.
Back to you, Bhupinder and Christina, for student questions.
Yeah, anybody else have any other questions for Representative? Okay. Oh, Amrik Singh, please go ahead.
Yes, hello, Representative Meng. Appreciate you for coming on. Really, I think I'd really like to talk, really insightful, and just glad that we have elected officials, coming into the Sikh community and listening to our concerns. My question is specifically about campaigning, specifically for, I know you're a Congress member. How do you run a successful campaign specifically for like something big in the United States, like a congressional seat at the highest level?
Yeah, thank you, Amrik, for asking this question. And it's always important to, as especially I'm with all of you today, to remember that, as an Asian American Congress member, and there aren't that many of us, even though we're at our largest number ever, the first Asian American that was ever elected to the United States Congress was a Sikh American, Dalip Song Singh, and his portrait actually hangs if you ever come visit near the floor of the Capitol. His portrait is right there in the halls for everyone to see. And so that is a tremendous source of pride for all of us. And unlike for us and current members, there was no trail that was blazed, right? He probably had to do this on his own. He didn't have people who came before him to ask for advice and to help him. And I will say, when a lot of young people ask me about running for office, I think you want it to be a journey that is authentic and true to yourself. Regardless if you're running for the smallest position in your neighborhood or a higher position, it's kind of like a small business, right? Like your district, however big it is, it's like, those are your customers. You want to be able to make sure that you're listening to your constituents, to the voters, getting a sense of what they care about, and then finding issues where you think that you could be of value and where you could be helpful. I think the responsiveness of politicians is very important, right? It's not just politicians telling a community or constituents what they want to hear or how they think they're the best, but to listen to what the problems on the ground are and seeing how we can find government responses and solutions for that. Some of the issues that we've worked on with the Sikh community and Asian community at large, for example, are because many of you have weighed in and come to talk to our office, like the truck driver issue, right? Like I myself might not have known about that, but because people felt like they could come to our office and talk about it and want to come together and find legislative solutions, that's most important. You could have a PhD in political science, but if you don't know your community, you don't know the people who are on the ground, that doesn't necessarily, help you win an election.
Thank you for that.
Actually, I would also like to ask you, Representative Veng, especially with the rise in Asian hate, what are some things that your office has done to combat that or, help the community?
Yeah, well, a few years ago, back when President Biden and Kamala Harris were in office, I'll be honest, it was a lot easier to work with them. This was a period, obviously, when some in the Asian community were being targeted. And because of that, I'm grateful for so many other communities who came to us and said, oh, we know what it's like to be discriminated and hated against. And these are some of the policies that we've been working on. So we were able to pass legislation like the Hate Crimes Act, and also the first step in passing legislation to build an AANHPI museum, which will ultimately include the history and contributions of our Sikh American community in America, as well. And then part of my Hate Crimes Act was to create grants and programs to help organizations on the ground who are often on the front lines of people reporting hate and bias. It's been a constant struggle, I will admit, in the last year and a half because the Trump administration keeps trying to zero out these programs. So twice now we've had to be able to fight the Republicans and maintain these programs. So sometimes in this era, this year, just maintaining and preserving the status quo has been the priority. They literally tried to defund all of these programs that help, everyone from nonprofit groups to even law enforcement. They talk about being the party of law enforcement. They're defunding programs that allow law enforcement to work more closely with our local community members as well. So there are, recently, also, I mentioned earlier, I have a new bill called the Pray Safe Act. There's a lot of resources for houses of worship and faith communities, but they're all like in different places. And, the average Gurdwara is not going to know like who to call and, what hotline. And so we want to try to, it's not rocket science, but we just want to try to consolidate all of these resources and put them in one place so that everyone will know if you are a house of worship, if you are a nonprofit and you want to keep your members safe, what can I do and where can I go?
I want to say that,
Yeah.
United Sikhs lends its website to these efforts. And so we have about 750, more than 750,000 followers on social media. And so it's a good place to sort of park some of this information. So any information, representative, that you would want to sort of share with the community, we're happy to share.
Okay,
and I know that you
awesome.
have to go. I know that you have to go. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Are there any last words, Congresswoman?
Don't be discouraged. I think in the news, we often hear so much more about negative things that are happening and impacting our communities. And sadly, there's plenty of that. But we still have to maintain, that same spirit of our predecessors, of those who came before us in our families, who in many ways had a much more difficult time than we do when they first came alone to this country. And that's kind of the spirit that I try to, maintain. This administration does a lot of things that we detest, but there's so many things that they are often distracted and they're not always strategic. And that's when we have to be ready, creative and strategic. And we have, as a community, different diverse communities, been able to unite and defeat some of it. And all for the purpose of protecting our community. So stay strong, keep up the advocacy and the fight. We will prevail.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. I think someone wanted to also mention to you, Representative, that the United States has a MEAD hotline. It's nationwide for anyone who needs any assistance, whether it's food, food security or legal assistance, whatever the community needs. So we have a hotline, and we'll share that information with you.
Got it. Thank you. And let's
Thank you
chat on
again.
the other stuff. Yeah.
I'm sorry that that seemed a little rushed, but as you can see in the chat, she had been saying that to me from the beginning. That was one of the conditions of coming on to speak to us, that we allow her to leave, on target when she anyway, but on her target. So she has other things to do. So thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and give the floor to Bhupinder and Christina. Ask questions if you want to sort of take this opportunity to do that, or we have a next speaker. Who is our next speaker anyway?
Tina, is she available?
Oh, Tina. Let
San?
me go follow up with her and I'll come back.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, Amrik, I really appreciate your question about getting involved, because I see a very bright political career in your future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I am really looking forward to that. Wish you literally all the best.
Appreciate you.
That means I have to move. If I have to move to Texas to vote for you one day, I might.
We'll be waiting.
Yeah, for sure. Any other political aspirations in the group? Has anybody thought of that? I mean, I think it's really amazing to have more representation, and Manmeet Vijay, please.
I am planning to run in the next provincial elections to be an MLA. We'll see how that goes. We've got a couple turbaned MLAs, Sikh MLAs in the current legislation. That's the first. One of them might be retiring, and I'm planning to run from that seat.
Oh, best of luck to you. That's really, really amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, like at least, I actually had somebody who asked me, because in our American government, we have the Sikh caucus. And
Yeah.
someone said, "Why aren't there any Sikhs on the Sikh caucus?" I was like, "Because we don't have a Sikhs right now in government at that level." And that's, that if you want to represent, you need to be there, and that's how you get there. And that would be really awesome and amazing to see.
Yeah, I was asked in the previous election a couple of years ago. Bhajan Brar, who's the current MLA from Rajana, he reached out. There was another seat that was available. At the time, my kids were smaller, younger than what they are right now. They're 6 and 3 now, and they were younger. My younger one was just over a year, and I just feel we weren't ready as a family, and I've got no support here. My parents, my wife's parents, they're all PR, but they don't want to live here. Smaller city, not well knit, not as close knit community, and Gurdwara is not at a walkable distance, so they just don't feel they can live here. I like the place. I like the feel of the small town. So yeah, at the time I wasn't ready, but since the recent rise in hate, immigrants, and especially the Sikhs being the face of the immigration in Canada, being targeted for everything that's wrong with our system, I feel that the only way forward to tackle the hate is by representing. So that's where I got involved with so many other things like my union leadership, police board, and I feel the next step on that ladder is to become involved in the provincial politics.
Like our concept of, media and BD,
Yeah.
of being politically involved, because again, if you don't speak up for what you want, they're going to make the rules for you. So, it's really important. Anybody else have anything they would like to add? Please, I can adjust.
I'll add that I thought it was really cool to see Manpreet Kaur. It's from Bakersfield. seeing her get elected, I think it was city council, and that was really inspiring because she's, you know, like in a younger generation, and it's rare to see like young Punjabi women really like run for political office and make it that far. And I'm like looking forward to seeing how she grows with that. But it's inspirational for hopefully like other young Punjabi Sikh women who also want to. I was definitely inspired. I don't know. I haven't really given much thought to running for political office for anything, but it's still nice to see like, oh wow, like someone's done that. It's possible for us too.
Yeah,
I want,
definitely. Actually, even sorry, go ahead, Wanda.
I just wanted to say that I want to say that our next speaker is, you know, is a an attorney in Albany, New York, who also is sort of, you know, she has been a public defender for a really long time, and doing criminal law, and she ran for judgeship, and there's a high probability that she's going to be one of the first Sikh women judges in the state of New York. So she's coming on board to talk about her life and her sort of her journey. So a lot of the questions that you have, like Pradeep or everyone else who has questions about running for, you know, running from for some kind of office, she's the person to ask. And you're going to have a lot of time with her. So hopefully you'll have those questions prepared. Okay. And it's just
Yeah, even
serendipitous that, you know, it's like you guys are talking about that. I'm sorry, Pupinder, I'm going to say one last thing and then I'll shut up. It's serendipitous that you all are talking about, you know, sort of, you know, how to go down that path of, you know, looking for office. And you're going to hear her tell you the raw realities of, because her campaigning was not easy for her. You know, how, you know, you know, she's going to probably talk to you about how you can run within the system. Like, for example, if someone, you know, within a party, for example, but what happens when that party, you know, you're not given a seat, right? Or you know, at the, on the ballot. Because the party doesn't, you know, is backing someone else. So she's the perfect person. So please have your questions, think them through, and you know, you know, I encourage you to ask hard questions, even, right? Because that's how we really learn. And okay, back to you.
thanks, Wanda. Actually, I was also going to mention Jasmeet Kaur Bains. She's also from California. She's a state assembly member. She's also a doctor. And she was also running, and we had the privilege of meeting her. She came to one of our CDL workshops with the truck drivers, and just to know like her Sikh values and how her views on 1984, because she was able to get proclamation done in California recognizing the 1984 genocide, and that was like, you know, so amazing to see. And her deep-rooted Sikh values, and you know, her father, and I believe her brother, I believe she has a brother that I mentioned, but you know, they're turbaned, beard-wearing men that, like, you know, completely support her, and she's totally aware of all of our you know, things that Sikhs face on a daily basis. And for her to be at that level was like really, really awesome. And then for her to, like, you know, attend a United Sikhs event where she had the opportunity to talk to all of these truck drivers, and it was really awesome. She was so inspirational. I mean, just to hear her speak, and I think I think that's like such an amazing quality, is to be able to, you know, use your words and touch people's hearts in that type of way. Really, really inspirational. So maybe Pradeep Benji, you should look into it. Yeah, I would encourage. Yeah.
Yeah,
There we in
United. I'm sorry, but I just want to say, the United States is not allowed to sponsor individuals, you know, for particular offices and stuff like that. But there are ways that we can assist anyone, any one of our students or community members who have interest, including educating on, you know, the steps to take, how to register for, you know, with your board of elections, how to bring you, how to give you, find mentors even. which I think is very important. So, if anyone's, wherever you are, in Texas, in California, in New York, we have people that you can talk to, and we'll more than happy to serve as mentors. And that includes Carolina, by the way. Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us early. I know that we had your schedule for around 1:15, but we're so happy to have you on board. Before you, we had congressional representative Congressmember Grace Meng, who had to go a little early. So we're so happy that you can accommodate the schedule, and in your presentation is serendipitous and very apropos, because the students were just asking questions about how do you run for public office. So how perfect is it that you are joining us now. Tina Sadi, I just want to introduce you a little bit, and I think we've shared your bio with the students and the participants, but I just want to say a little bit about you, and then I just give you the opportunity to tell us all about yourself. Tina Sadi just ran for a position as a judge in Albany County in New York, and she is a mother of small children and has been a public defender for quite some time. And thank you again for joining us. And if you can tell us in your own words something about yourself, that would be absolutely perfect.
Of course. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate this opportunity. So I'm Tina Sodi. Let's see, I'll start with just a brief background. I was born in Fiji Islands. I'm obviously Indian. I'm Sikh. Grew up in Fiji Islands. I was 10 when my family moved to California. And I ended up landing in Albany, New York. My husband's family's from New York, so I moved to New York, started law school here, and then just ended up staying since then. So I've been in Albany for 22 years. My career throughout law school, I always knew I wanted to be in public service, merely because I was never comfortable with the idea of taking someone's money, and especially knowing the fact that I was going to be in public service. Putting a number to someone's freedom was not something I was ever comfortable with. And also, more so culturally as well, growing up in Fiji and being of Indian descent, our culture was back then, and still somewhat is similar, where women didn't have a voice. So I grew up watching my mom not having a voice amongst all the men in my dad's family, and that was not something I enjoyed. So I always told myself that I am going to be strong, I'm going to have a voice, and I am going to be the voice of those who do not have one. Thus is my background and what led me into going into public service. And so I started out in law school. I interned at the public defender's office. I interned at the district attorney's office. I interned at the attorney general's office and the state police counsel's office. So every legal field that has any interaction with the criminal field, I did internships at, because I always believed in knowing all sides of the fields. And after graduating from law school, I got hired on with the Albany County Public Defender's Office. I spent 13 years there as an assistant public defender, and then rose to the ranks of deputy public defender. And I always used to say that I will be the first Indian public defender in New York State. And at that point, when I said it, I was still young and didn't understand what it really meant or whether it would ever happen. And lo and behold, 6.5 years ago, I was appointed as the alternate public defender of Albany County. So in New York State, there's 3 different legal offices in most of the counties throughout the state. New York City is a little different. They have their own forms. But in most of the counties, you have the public defender's office, which is the initial office of anyone that cannot afford a lawyer and gets charged with a criminal charge or has any family court matters. They are assigned the public defender's office. If the public defender's office cannot represent a client due to any conflict, whether it's 2 people getting arrested together, one gets assigned to public defenders, the second one gets assigned to my office. In family court, generally you have parents or guardians of a child. So one parent will be represented by the public defender's office and the second parent would be represented by my office. Many of our cases are assigned to us by the court. So if a client doesn't want the public defender's office because they can't get along with their attorney or there's a breakdown in communication, then the courts appoint my office to the case. So pretty much we do the same thing as the public defender's office. I refer to my office as a sister agency to the public defender's office. And so I ended up becoming the first alternate public defender, also known as the conflict defender, and as the first Indian woman in New York State. Nobody knew it. I never mentioned it. So apart from myself and a few people understood what that meant. And I always also thought about it that at some point, maybe I will run for judge. And that thought is always there. But when you appear in court on a daily basis and you look at the judges that you appear in front of, when that question used to be posed to me as to the fact, Tina, would you ever consider running for judge? My response always was, look around me. Does it look like I fit the criteria? I always stayed away from politics. I didn't like politics. I was like, that's one of the major things you need. You need politics, because as much as judges are supposed to be impartial and fair and not politically affiliated, you unfortunately need politics in order to become a judge. And then you're supposed to cut off completely from politics. You can't have any political affiliation after that. And so to me I'm not political, and beyond, I'll be straightforward as I very am. And I wasn't a white male. And in Albany County, for decades, that's all you had as judges were white males. And in my 20 years career, I saw very few women that were county court judges, well, not county court judges, but city court judges or some local court judges. And then last 6-7 years ago, things started changing a little. We got our first Black family court judge. We got the first female county court judge in 2020. So things started changing gradually, and where I was like, okay, I might actually have an opportunity because people are becoming more accepting. But I still had the hesitation because of politics. So my entire career has been criminal law and criminal defense, dealing with the very people that appear in county court. So I knew that if I ever were going to be a judge, it would be wanting to be a county court judge, because that's what my area of expertise is. That's the only thing I know is criminal law. So a lot of people had mentioned, since you're not political, Tina, why don't you go for the Court of Claims, which is an appointment by the governor? And my response is, still need politics. I need to be connected to the governor. How is that going to happen? And so then I thought about it for several, I would say, years, just amongst myself, because I didn't even discuss it with my husband, didn't discuss it with my kids, that this was something I was even considering. Then I knew last year that our current county court judge was going to run for Supreme Court judge last year, and he did. So he became a Supreme Court judge. His position became vacant. Thus led my interest into the fact, this is the position I want. This is what I've always wanted. I have the number of years of experience. For county court, you need to be an attorney for 10 years and obviously live in the county that you're running. And so I decided I was going to run. And in order to run, you have to get to know all the political players. So I started the process last year, end of September. I started meeting all the legislators. I know most of the legislators merely because they're in the same building that I work in, same floor as my office is. I appear in front of them for budget reasons and so forth. So they knew me as to who I was, but we've never really had much personal interactions. So I started making appointments with them and sitting down with them and telling them about myself and what my interest was. That took about 2 months, and you attend a lot of fundraisers. So I spent better end of last year attending every fundraiser I could and throughout the county, meeting all the legislators, meeting all the town council members, town boards, mayors, anyone you can think of. And then come January, we had to go in front of the law committee. So each of and I will refer to it as the Democratic Party because Albany County is Democratic. So I appeared in front of the Democratic Party. So there's a process. You fill out an application. It asks you a lot of information about your personal life, your professional life. You submit that to the Democratic Party, and then you go in front of a law committee, which generally consists of anywhere from 10 to 6 or 10 to 16 to 10 to 20 people, whoever shows up at that meeting. And you get interviewed. You get, and the law committee generally makes a recommendation to the Democratic Party as to if who they should endorse. In my case, when I went for the interview, I believe there was 5 of us that interviewed for this position. And 3 of us ultimately decided we were going to run. So after the law committee made a recommendation, and unfortunately, I was not the recommended candidate. The party, they endorsed somebody else, they recommended somebody else, and the party decided they were going to endorse another candidate. Going through the process, I was told early onset that I should not run and I should wait for a different position. And I gave it some thought, because obviously when you decide to go through this process, you can either follow through or you can decide to fight against anybody that you choose to fight against. I gave it some thought. My kids were there when I got the calls saying that, Tina, you need to back down. You should not run. And I have 2 girls, 11 and 14. And the first thing that came out of their mouth was, after I hung up the phone, was, Ma, after all these months, are you going to quit? And I was like, let this process end. Let me soak all this in, and I'll make a decision later. And my husband's response was, whatever you decide, we'll back you up. And so I gave it some thought. I thought about it the whole entire night. I thought about it the following day. My kids' first question when they woke up in the morning was the same. When they got home from school, they both sent me a text message, Ma, have you decided? And my response was, yes, I've decided. And they're like, which is what? I'm like, I'm running. And they're like, good job, Ma. And generally, trust me, I have a 14-year-old. She doesn't really give me much of good jobs for anything, because I can't do anything right. And so they were very proud of the fact that I was going to run. And when I decided to run, I was just following my dream, right? The thought of that I was going to end up making history somehow wasn't there, because the focus was, I am fighting the Democratic machine. I'm going against every politician in the county. How am I going to pull this off? And so the process started. And in order to run a campaign, you need a lot of people. You need a lot of money, because it's costly. And both that I did not have. I did not have the people, because obviously all the supporters that I initially had garnered were told that they couldn't support me anymore, and they had to make themselves be in alignment with the party recommendation. So all of them backed out. And money, you had to do fundraisers. And that was another thing that I was not very good at or comfortable with. But once people learned that I was going to run, and once our community learned that I was making the effort to run, they all came through, and I had enough money to run a campaign slightly different than what my counterparts ran. So I had 2 other candidates that I ran again, one obviously who had the party endorsement, and the other candidate that had the family name and unlimited amount of money. And so those were the 2 other candidates. And here I was, no name, no money, and no supporters. So it was a difficult task. But one of the things I learned was when you put your mind to something and you decide you want to do it, you need motivation. And my motivation was my family. My motivation was that I was told not to do it. And every time I'm told not to do something, I'm more motivated to do it, because then I'm determined to prove everyone wrong. I'm determined to prove people that I can do it, and I don't need anybody else to back me in order to do it. So led the campaign trail. Then for county court and most judgeships that you decide to run for will entail knocking on doors, getting signatures. And for a county court position, I needed to get 2,000 signatures in a 5-week window from registered Democrats throughout Albany County in order to even get on the ballot. And with limited staff in the midst of March, and when it's winter and we had the worst winter, knocking on doors was difficult, but I knew I needed to get the signatures. So I was out every day. I had a few group of friends who were very committed. They were not political at all as well, including my husband. We all had to learn the process. We knocked on doors. We ended the petitioning season with about 3,300 signatures to get on the ballot. So got on the ballot. After you get on the ballot, it starts the process all over again. You're meeting and greeting as many voters as you possibly can. You're knocking on doors again, trying to get people to go out and vote and hoping that they go out and vote for you. So come primary June 23rd, I ended up winning at the end, which we got the certification last week, 2 weeks after the primary, with 167 votes. So which showed then, one, you don't need everybody in the world in order to do something. What you need is your own commitment and making sure you work hard. Knowing the fact that I didn't have enough people to go knock on doors, I knew that I myself had to be out every night. I needed to be out every waking minute I had. I needed to be out every weekend. It is not easy to do when you have a family. So having 2 young kids who counted on me to be at every soccer game they've had, and I've been at every game, every soccer game, every basketball game their entire life, resulted in me missing every game, every practice for the last 8 months. I have missed everything possible. And that is difficult as a mother, because if anyone can make you feel like crap, it's your kids, because they can give you guilt trip like no other. And I would come home and they're like, you missed my game again. And I was like, I'm sorry. And it's exhausting emotionally and physically. And it still hasn't sunk in, because I can't believe that we actually did it. And because there were many times where it seemed like it was going to be impossible. And when everyone asked, how do you feel? Where do you think you stand? Because everyone thinks that you somehow know how you're going to do. My response always was, I have a 33% chance of winning, because there's 3 of us. We have an equal opportunity of winning. And obviously I was the underdog in this race, because I didn't have the party endorsement. And it didn't matter at the end, because what mattered to the voters was the effort that was put out. And so the campaign targeted all the registered voters that we had in Albany County, but it's pretty much, you can't target like 200,000 people. You target the group that actually goes out and votes in the primary. And one of the things I learned about our Asian community is that they don't go out and vote in the primaries. And many of them don't know the difference between a primary and a general election. So I got a lot of responses from people where they thought they were registered Democrats, or that they actually vote in the elections, but what they vote is in the general election. So they weren't registered Democrats, they were independents that can't vote in the primary. And so it was a lot of civics lesson in between too. And so that was one of the other things that I said to my husband, was that after all of this ends, and I didn't know how it was going to end, and I was like, win or lose, one thing I need to take into account is that going forward, I need to tell our people how the political system works. Granted, I myself had to learn it as I was going along this process, but it makes a big difference for our community to have a voice, to actually go out and vote in the primaries, because ultimately in many counties and in many states, it's the primary that determines who is going to be the winner at the end of the day. And in Albany County, so I did win the primary. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee for the general election in November. And in my county, it's primary win it all. There's rarely a Republican candidate for a judicial race. And as far as I know, there isn't going to be one in November. So this race was more important than the general, because this is where I needed to win in order to get as far as there. So that being said, I will now be the first Sikh woman judge in New York State. And I believe there is now, after last month or so, 2 others in New York in the United States, me being the third, but the first elected judge in a criminal court.
That is so excellent. We're so proud of you and so impressed and by you. And thank you so much again for coming and speaking to our students in our community about your experiences. I want to ask you. I want to ask if you could please sort of elaborate a little bit about what is the difference between a primary race and a general election.
So the primary race, we'll address it with the Democratic system, but it's the same with the Republicans as well. So a primary race is where it's party oriented. So everyone runs a primary to, like, so all the candidates. So say 5 people decide to run for a particular position. It could be any position, whether judgeship, assembly, senate. If multiple candidates decide to run for one position, obviously, if there's only one position, only one person can move forward to the general election in November. So you run a primary, and it's to determine which one of those 3, 4, or 5 candidates, which one of them will win to be the nominee for the general election. So in this case, since there was 3 of us that ran for the judge race, and there's only one position, whoever won the primary became the nominee for the general election. So now when I go to the general election, there won't be any other candidate in the Democratic line for the Albany County Court judge. It'll just be my name. Whereas in the primary race, there were 3 names on the ballot for that one position.
And just a follow-up question, and then I'll have I think I see Jaspal's hand up, and I'll give Jaspal the floor. But you know, when you say okay, so in November, when you run in November, you know, there's sort of this understanding that you've already won, right? That you could pretty much say that you will be come November 3rd. Whatever it is, come November 3rd or where after the elections, you will be the county judge for your particular district or your particular county. Can you explain how that works and why you can say that now, even though there hasn't been an election? The elections aren't until November.
So the reason I can say it now is because I've already been told that there is not going to be a Republican candidate. And even if there was a Republican candidate, my county is highly Democratic. So the chances of a Republican candidate running and winning against a Democratic candidate are slim to none. So even if they put in a Republican candidate, that individual's not going to garner enough votes to beat a Democratic candidate, because we have more Democrats in my county than we have Republicans. And that being said, there could also be a write-in campaign. Generally, people can write names in for someone if they want to run. But as of now, nobody's mentioned that. Both of the other 2 candidates that ran against me in the primary have conceded, which means that they are not going to go for a write-in campaign or to seek their name on the ballot under any other, I guess, political party. So they're not going to seek to be on the working family line or any other conservative line.
Yeah. Jaspal, did you have a question? I see you put your hand down, but
Yes, please. Hello, Tina G. If I may say, Judge Saab, we're very, very proud of you. We've been rooting for you from the beginning, and I'm just so happy that you won. It's a huge congratulations. I wanted to ask, you assume the role as the judge, what kind of cases do you oversee, and in that role? And then the other part of the question is, as the first Sikh judge in Albany, why do you feel it's important to kind of highlight that? And is there a way that you can kind of bring attention to issues that are faced in our community, and how can you possibly help in your new position? But also, of course, you have to remain impartial and do the job correctly. Please, thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to what county court does, county court only handles criminal cases and serious felonies only. So, and for I'm gonna, and I apologize if I'm assuming that you don't know what the differences are, but I rather just have a learning lesson. And
that was my question. Thank you.
yes, so we have different levels of courts in Albany County and in most places. So you have your local town courts, village courts, you have the city court, and then you have county court. County court only handles serious felony cases. So anyone who faces a sentence of more than 1 year in local court, in local jail. So anyone who faces a prison term. If somebody gets a jail sentence of 1 year, that jail sentence is served in a local county jail. But if anyone gets more than 365 days, that sentence is served in a state prison. So county court only handles felony cases. So I would get anywhere from robberies, burglaries to murders. Those are the only kinds of cases that county courts handle. And very few and limited restrictions in the law with respect to some civil matters that might come there, but very few in between. But majority of them will just be criminal courts. With respect to being the first Sikh woman, I mean, obviously, when I started this process, I said that I would be the first Sikh woman in a lot of things, but I never really understood the importance of it until the process started, when I started getting calls, even from my family members, like my chachas and tayas and all of them, who were just very proud of the fact that I was even running. And they didn't care whether I win or lose. For them, it was important that I was even taking the step forward to go through this process, which everyone understood was not going to be an easy process. They just appreciated the effort. And when I met with the community members from our community, it was the same thing. It didn't matter whether they were Sikh, Muslim, or Hindu, or they were Chinese, whatever they were. It didn't matter what it was. For them, every community, it was important that we were going to have somebody that was different and somebody that was going to give them an opportunity to be heard. And one of the things I said throughout my campaign was, as a judge, you don't really have much discretion as to what you can do. You, especially in criminal courts, you have sentencing guidelines, you have laws that are set. Your discretion is very limited. And unfortunately, the general public thinks that judges can do anything they want. You can't. But one of the things I said was that I might not be able to change the law but what I can change is how people are treated when they walk into my courtroom. And that's one of the things I've heard in and out constantly. And I've seen it throughout my career being in court on a daily basis, where my clients don't feel heard, they don't feel respected, and they feel prejudged when they walk into a courtroom. And I feel that if I, as a presiding judge, can change that, it changes a lot as to how people feel when they walk into a courtroom. They're already going through the toughest time in their life. They're at the risk of losing their freedom, and some of them for their entire life. And any decision a judge makes, it doesn't just impact the individual that's standing in front of the judge. It impacts their family. It impacts the entire community. And that should never be taken lightly. And then to go through that process, and then where the clients feel that their dignity and respect is taken away from them merely because of the way they're treated, it's dehumanizing, and it's not something that anyone should experience. I understand everyone's very eager to judge people, right? Our systems, you're innocent until proven guilty, but I have yet to meet somebody who feels that way when they walk into a courtroom. Everyone always feels prejudged. Everyone always feels that everyone's already decided that they're guilty. So my belief is if I can change that, if I can change the atmosphere of the court, if I can treat people with respect and dignity, give them the opportunity to be heard, they might be more inclined to respect the process, even if they disagree with the outcome. And many times in criminal courts, people will disagree with the outcome. With respect to how I can help our community with everything that goes on and still maintaining the impartiality that's required of a judge, I think a lot of it is anything that has to do with politics, I'm automatically excluded from. I can't partake in any policy-making decisions. I can't be involved in anything that's political. But what I can, and something that I've said to myself that I do want to do is still be involved in the community. I still want to go to community events, and for not just for Sikhs, but every community, because I think it's extremely important. And I've learned this in the last several months when I've gone to so many community events, that people feel more connected. They feel more humanized, and they feel the judges are humans as well when they actually have the ability to talk to you face to face. Whereas when they come in front of you in a courtroom, you're at a completely different atmosphere, and where they don't have that comfort level. And I feel many judges generally come from affluent families. They come from affluent backgrounds. It's generations of names that get passed down, of people saying, oh, my dad was a judge, so I'm going to become a judge. It's a lot of that, even in our society today, that when you have that, you distance yourself from the very community that you are now presiding over. And I feel that we need to change that part of it. So my goal as a judge would be to still go and be involved with the community. Not the political part, but I can still have interactions with the younger generations. I can still go and talk to them about how the system works. And I can still make sure that people feel comfortable when they walk into a courtroom, and not some horrific place that everyone needs to run away from.
Randeep, please.
Hi, Tina, future Judge Sodhi. My question is, well, first I wanted to say, hearing your story made me so emotional. I swear I had tears in my eyes at one point, because I feel like I felt what you felt, like the constant struggle, like the back and forth. Like I was able to experience that while you were talking, like having that imposter syndrome and not feeling like you're good enough, and who you're facing up against, people who have just like probably like a running start compared to where you're starting from. That, and seeing you fight that, I think that's a really good example for like I am aspiring for law school, so just for future young women who are looking to be a part of the legal field, run for office, and also for your daughters especially, like hearing you have that back and forth with them was just so nice. I My question was, so you had mentioned that you had always figured that you wanted to be a judge in the future. Can you remember or pinpoint an exact moment where you felt like, okay, this is it? Like I need to do this now. Otherwise I'm just gonna, like, it'll just be a dream in the future. Like, or something along the lines of like, did you ever have to fight in a case where you felt like a judge made a decision and you felt like you could have made a better one or something?
I mean, we go through that, and after doing this for so long and going through thousands and thousands of cases, you always question judges, right? You always question decisions. And many times, like, I feel really bad for my clients. I say it all the time, and people ask me this, including my kids who don't understand what I do for a living currently, because their whole thing is, Ma, these people have done bad things. Why are you defending them? So they don't understand that you have a constitutional right to zealous advocacy, right? They don't, for them, that concept isn't there, because what I do for a living is contrary to what you tell your kids. Don't do anything bad. And that's all they need to know, is don't do anything bad. And so they're like, and here you are trying to take people out of jail. And so they don't get that part of it. And what I say to people is, once again, it's easy for us to judge, but a lot of the people that I represent, what I have learned is that if I were in the same situation as them, if I had the same upbringing, if I lived in the same social circumstances and the environment that they're in, I most likely probably would have done a lot of the same things that they have, because they're in that situation where they don't have this thought process of, oh, what tomorrow I'm going to get arrested, I might go to prison. That doesn't exist, because they're living for now. They're living for what might happen. It's survival mode. And many of us don't seem to understand that. So that's where I feel like, because we have our own upbringing, and until you go through that situation yourself, or you know a loved one that goes through it, you have no respect for attorneys who are on the defensive side. Everyone's very eager to judge us on that part. So to me, there were many situations, because I appeared in front of many judges who obviously they were either appointed or they were elected, but they came from wealthy families, and they didn't understand that my clients are indigent, that they're poor, they don't have the money. So I would be in court, and a lot of judges would be like, "You don't have $20 to pay for your fine?" And I look at them, I'm like, "Judge, if they had the money, I wouldn't be representing them. They would hire somebody and they would pay them thousands and thousands of dollars." Like, so it was stuff like that. And I was like, it was the way people were being treated that bothered me more than anything else. I'm like, I knew I couldn't do anything about what the law is, that's preset, but it's just the way people were getting treated. Simple comments like that, it was disrespectful. And I was like, you are putting somebody down. You're belittling them in front of everyone, making them feel like they're nothing. And that is not the way people should be treated. So those were the reasons why I was like, okay, you know something? I wouldn't do that. And I would be different. But then my husband's like, you hate politics. And here you are talking about how you would be different, yet you don't want to deal with the political part of it. The reason I wanted this position was because obviously I've done this for 20 years and it's a 10-year term. So that's the other thing you have to take into account. Some of these judges' terms are long. So county court is a 10-year term. And I know that I'm like, if I don't do it now, when else would this position become available? When would be the next time another county court judgeship will be available? And am I going to be running against an incumbent at that time? And what are the chances of beating an incumbent? And I had previously discussed this with the county in the past, like several years ago, when I was like, okay, I'm going to run for judge, but it is going to be for the criminal court because that's what my area of expertise is. It was all, and there were other positions that became available. There was family court. I went and interviewed for it, but I knew I wasn't going to run for it. But I wanted to teach myself what the process is, like going in front of the law committee, knowing what the application process is, knowing what the questions are going to be. So I went through that process. And at that point, people were like, oh, so are you going to run? I'm like, no, I'm just going through this process. But even then I was told, oh, don't run, Tina. Or then I got told, your time will come. And I was like, and when would that time be? Until somebody else who's in your circle is owed a favor and their name comes above me. And I'm like, when will my time come? So the other, I mean, it's more personal to me why I decided to do it this time. My dad passed away 2 years ago, exact to the date today. And beginning of the year, I got in my first car accident with my kids. My car got totaled, and luckily all three of us walked out of there without any injuries. My little one had minor scratches, but she was okay. And that's when I had to make this decision, whether I was going to run or I was going to back down. So all of that happened, and my thought process was, I could have died and my life would have ended with my kids and I would have been gone. What? So then they're like, oh, in the future, we can't help you, Tina. In the future, we can't support you. I'm like, what future? If my life ended with my family, there would be no future, right? So it got to the point of where, like, do I sit here and keep on waiting for somebody else to tell me it's my time, or I make it my time when I say it's my time? So I was of the mindset, and I was like, listen, anything is possible. It's my time now, because I've said it from day one that this is the position I wanted. So I'm saying it's my time now. Win or lose, I am not quitting. I would rather lose by giving it all I got than to tell my kids that I'm quitting. And that is not an acceptable option. So that's why this was the time. And thank God it worked out, because I would have a different story to tell you guys otherwise.
Thank you for that powerful response. I'm so inspired by you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Georgina has a question. Please go ahead.
Hello. I just find it so, your journey is so inspiring, and it just like inspires like young individuals like me who want to go into law like so much. And seeing you that you're going to be the first Sikh judge. I actually volunteer in a courtroom, and every single time I go, I rarely ever see a person of color who is a lawyer, let alone a judge. Like, it's never the case that there's a person of color there. And it encourages me more that I want to go into this pathway. So I just wanted to ask you, like, what advice would you give to like aspiring like Sikh young individuals who want to go into this pathway?
So I would say, I mean, follow your dreams, right? Follow what you want to do. Don't count on what others tell you. Because when I became a public defender, same way as you mentioned, I would walk into a courtroom and I was the only brown person in the courtroom for years. There was not another Indian attorney in Albany County that practiced in public service. And that was like the other thing. And I think that's the other thing that I get bothered by in our culture is that unfortunately, everyone only determines your success based on whether you're a doctor, you're an engineer, or you work in the private sector. So for the longest time, until just recently when I decided to run for judge, many of the community members that I've spent like the last 20 years with didn't know what I did for a living. All they knew was Tina's a lawyer. That's all they knew. They didn't know I was in the public sector. They didn't know what my title was or none of that. Because for them, it was just, she's a lawyer. But since I wasn't a lawyer in the private sector making $500,000, my success was not determined as to be that, oh yeah, she's in a successful position or that she's on the top of her field. None of that was known. I mean, to my own like falling away, I guess I never brought it up to anyone because it didn't matter. But to me, it doesn't, like, when you walk into a courtroom, I never, like, and many times a lot of judges say, they're like, Tina, we didn't realize you were the only Indian person. And I was like, yes, because you didn't see me through that lens, right? But when I would go through certain processes, you feel different because people treat you differently. And as much as the fact that I'm a lawyer, I have the same bar license as everybody else, as much as that I'm great at my job, we're put in a position where we constantly have to prove ourselves. And I say that to people all the time. I'm like, it doesn't matter how good I am. I could be the best of the best. But when it comes to another male standing next to me, I'm going to get questioned and they're not. Because unfortunately, that's how our system is set up. That's how society's set up. And to me, it didn't, like, it bothered me to some extent, but then it didn't. And I was like, it doesn't matter because guess what? I think I'm great. So one thing I would tell you, and this is something that one of the lawyers told me when in my younger days, they're like, have a mirror, like have a mirror in your office or have it at home. And I know what makes it different for me is the minute that I put on my suit and I walk out of the house and I look at myself in the mirror, my mindset changes. My confidence changes. Everything about me changes as to who I am because I am so focused as to the fact that when I walk into a courtroom, it's a different Tina Sodhi that walks in than the Tina Sodhi that's at home running around in her shorts or jeans or whatnot, because it's not the same. So it's anyone that can do anything for you is yourself. So don't focus on what somebody else is saying about you because people are always going to say something. And none of that matters. Inspire yourself. Be your own inspiration. And I'm only here merely setting a pathway for people at this point to tell you that it's possible. Anything is possible. Don't ever doubt yourself. And if you do, change that doubt into what you want to accomplish. Because yes, I had doubts. I'm like, there's a chance I might lose. It's okay if I did because I know that I tried. And so you want to go to law school, that's great. You follow your path, like, and stay on that path. That was one of the things that I was told throughout. I was told throughout this campaign, don't pay attention to what the other candidates are doing. Don't pay attention to what anyone else is saying about you. Just stay on your path. And that's what I did. Like my husband, even to this day, is watching videos of other candidates and whatnot. I didn't, because I'm like, I didn't want to psych myself out. Because it mentally gets to you, right? Because you're like, am I doing enough? Are they doing more? Should I do more? And I was like, I'm not watching any of that. I have set my own goals as to what I need to accomplish each night, each weekend. And that is what I'm going to follow. And that's what you do. Like, we're smart. We're known to be smart. But unfortunately, the fact that we are smart and that expectation is always going to be there, we constantly still have to prove ourselves. But that's what makes us stronger. I think the expectation and the standards that society sets for us is what makes us great at what we do.
We
Thank
are
you so
so
much.
Thank you, Seti, and thank you, students, for all of your questions. And we have a lot of time, and you can. But I think I want to say that we are so lucky for many reasons. But one of the reasons why we're very lucky, and I have to thank our colleague Jaspal Kaur, who asked the question earlier. For her, she's our member of our ICRA team here at United Sikhs, and she introduced you to us, and we reached out, and I'm so glad we did. And it's more importantly, because you're just in the this just happened to you,
Yep.
and so fresh in your mind, what struggles you had to endure in the last few months, and I guess the last year, as you're explaining. So we're very extremely lucky, and I want to impress that upon the students that this, you're getting the real deal here, right? You're getting the real deal because Tina just went through this, right? And she's she probably remembers every detail of everything that happened to her. So please, take this opportunity. We have our next speaker is not until I believe it's not until 2:15. So as much time as you are willing to give us, Tina, we're happy to accept. So please, everybody, with any questions, feel free to ask.
There's a couple of questions, Tina G, in the chat. When you run for office, how do you set yourself apart from other candidates?
So judicial office is a little different. Judicial office has a lot of ethical restrictions that if you were to run for any other political office, those restrictions don't really apply. So when running for judge, we're not permitted to be involved in any of the finances. So I can't know who donates to my campaign. I can't directly ask people for money. Like, you have a whole separate committee that's your fundraiser committee that conducts all of that. You can't have any personal attacks against any of the other candidates. You can't even talk about any of the other candidates. So when I would go to doors, people would be like, I would always tell them there are two other candidates that are running, and the only thing that I can speak about is their qualifications. And like, this one's at this position, this one's at that position, and just leave it at that. So you can only speak about your own qualifications and what makes you different and why. So a lot of times people would be like, what makes you different from the other two candidates? If they are equally qualified, why should we vote for you, and what makes you different? So you always have to find something that's going to have that distinction as to why you're doing what you're doing and what makes you different from other candidates. But in judicial races, the restrictions are a lot because people want to know what your views are on certain policies. They want to know what I feel about bail reform. They want to know what I feel about discovery. They want to know what I feel about certain kinds of crimes. I'm not allowed or permitted to talk about any of that because as a judge, you're supposed to be impartial and fair and base it's supposed to be fact by fact cases and apply the law to the facts of the case. So if I had any predetermined views and beliefs and policies, that obviously completely undermines the system. So that's difficult for people to understand because many of them are like, why aren't you telling me this? Why can't you do this? And I was like, I'm not permitted to. So that's what makes it different. But in a way, that's what also makes it easier because otherwise you're talking to people and you're going through a lot of this back and forth about things that you can do for other political races, but not for a judicial race. But always,
Thank you.
the biggest thing is talk about your own qualifications, right? And what makes you different.
Yeah. Actually, I'm also from Southern California, and
Okay.
I know that you said you moved out to New York like a while ago, but we're still like my family is very connected with the Fijian community like since the late 80s, early 90s, and I feel like our paths have probably crossed at one time or other, and that's why this Fall Fanji is also we're all involved in that community. But I also wanted to ask you. What changes would you like to see about women in the legal profession? Like, what challenges do you see? Did you have, in your career or other women that you see that are balancing that, and on top of that, you're a mother, that's a whole challenge in itself.
And yes, and unfortunately, more so in the public sector and in the criminal field, because obviously that's all I can speak to since that's my experience. Women have, we're treated differently for many. I mean, I can't explain as to why the many reasons are, but it's more or less that we're considered more emotional, we're considered more sensitive, and so we're judged by all of that. And so even especially in the criminal field, when you walk in, it's just like, oh, she's going to be too emotional dealing with this case, and or she's not going to be able to handle this client that's extremely difficult. So everyone already has their preconceived notions of how they think you are going to represent somebody. And many times you have those challenges with the clients themselves. They don't I've had plenty of clients that didn't really respect women. I had plenty of clients who didn't want me because I was considered a foreigner and they didn't want a foreign attorney. And so for us, you have to work, unfortunately, twice as hard to establish yourself and your name and your reputation. And to the point where you demand respect from people and it is given to you. So, but that's a process. And I say this to every new attorney and every young attorney that comes through my office is don't give up and know that it's going to be a difficult process. Have a thick enough skin. You learn a lot. A lot of things are said to you. Don't take it personal. Turn any adversity, and I've learned recently that adversity builds character. And so any adversity obviously is going to build your character, and your character should always have that respect. One of the things that I said when I even started this process was that my self-respect will mean more to me than a black robe ever could. And people looked at me and they're like, why do you say that? I'm like, I will not change who Tina Sodi is to get a black robe. And I will be who I am, who I've always been, and I will make sure that people will respect me for it. And I think through going through this process, I have earned the respect of probably a majority of the people in my county. But there's still many that obviously that I went against who don't respect that. But many who even are on the opposing side of me on this process have sent me messages and they're like, you got our respect. And to me, that means more than anything else because victory is meaningful, but victory is always temporary as well, right? My term is 10 years, but to me, respect is everlasting. And if I can get anyone's respect, that means more to me than any victory ever will. So don't lose that. Don't give up hope. Establish your own respect as to what you think your respect should be. And over time, you will earn that. And over time, people will respect you just for being you. And the ones that don't, doesn't matter. They never will. So don't give that much credence either.
Thank you. I'll never get to say this, but I'm going to say it. No further questions, Your Honor. Any other questions from anybody else? Go ahead.
I mean, Wanda?
It's just, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I just have one, it's a comment or question probably, but listening to you, it's very inspiring, and I think so much of what you've said, so much of what you have shown us is it's because it's rooted in your in Sikhism. It's rooted in your values. It's rooted in your faith. And as you navigate this new role, I hope if you could give an advice to our students, how do you remain um rooted in your values as you navigate this new phase? How can you remain your respect for your faith, your respect for your values, and still you are communicating or dealing with people in politics?
I believe strongly in humanity and service. Those are the two values that I believe that I always carry with me. The minute that you stop treating people as people is the minute that you lose everything. And it doesn't matter like who's standing in front of you. It doesn't matter who's charged with what. One of the things I used to tell people as a public defender was when people would be like, how are you doing this? How are you representing people that are charged with committing such heinous crimes? And what I used to say then, and it still holds truth today, is by the time people come to me, whatever has happened has already happened. And as we know, time never goes back, it only moves forward. What I can't undo what has been done, but what I can do is to make sure that the person that I'm representing gets a fair shot at life and gets, I mean, if I lose a case, I lose a case because everything was stacked against us, and that's what it is. But at the end of the day, you're still providing someone assistance, you're still guiding them, and you're still impacting their future. And that is something that you always have to remember. Like, so going forward, I think it's going to be the same values I've had. Just making sure that I understand and always remember that irrespective of what the charges are, that the person that's standing in front of me is a person. And you should never lose sight of that. There shouldn't be titles attached to things. There shouldn't be somebody saying, oh, that's a criminal, that person's this or that. No, they're still a human being. And I think that if I can maintain that, my judgments can be fair. And that's the only thing that I hope that my pursuit would be, to make sure that whatever decisions I make is always fair. I'm sure I will screw some things up. I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but I'm hoping that whatever I do still will be done in fairness. And that's something that I think many, more so in today's time, people have forgotten, because I've been at plenty of doors. I've been told that I was going to get deported. ICE was going to get called on me, and all sorts of things while knocking on doors. And so at the end of the day, I didn't lose sight of what my goal was. I realized that you can't change people, but the only thing you have control over is yourself and how you treat people. So to me, it doesn't matter how somebody treats me, because I am never going to change how I treat others, because everyone always says it. They're like, I don't understand why you're still treating them nicely. Sometimes my kids even say it to me. They're like, Ma, I don't understand why you're still being nice to people that are being mean to you. And I was like, because that's who I am. I'm not going to change who I am just because the other side is treating me disrespectfully.
Really amazing. Any other questions? Amrik Singh, Simran, you guys have had amazing questions earlier.
Actually, I do have a quick question. First, I just want to say that your story is really inspiring. As someone who wants to do law in the future, I feel like um, I've always seen judgeship as kind of like the scary thing, because obviously I don't want to mess up, but I feel like that's just a part of being a judge, it's a part of life, essentially. So I think, you've really opened my eyes as to, some other options that I could do, if I want to help others, if I want to, not only respect the law, but, be humanitarian, treat others like humans. So I think and plus you're a Sikh as well. So just seeing, individuals such as yourself go into these positions. It's really inspiring for the next generation, for the youth such as myself. And a question I had was kind of how did you, I guess, or what really inspired you to go to law school in the first place? I know that you talked about like respect your mother, and how in our culture sometimes women don't have voices. But like, were there any other reasons besides that you really wanted to go to law school, and furthermore, like go into the field of law that you went into?
So when I was a kid, I always used to say that I'm going to be a police officer. So my parents realized when I was younger that I was very strong-minded. So of course, like being a girl, and was like, no, you can't be a police officer. Then so I was like around 6 or so when they're like, no, Tina, you're not going to be a police officer. And I was like, really? So then I'm at 6-year-old, I'm thinking, oh, what other careers can I have that will be exciting? And lo and behold, we used to watch a lot of movies. So then I was like, I'll be a criminal defense attorney, probably watching some Hindi movie. I decided to have that idea, right? And so I stuck with it. It just stayed with me as a comment I made as a child that that's what I was going to do. My parents didn't hear the criminal part, they only heard the attorney part. And so throughout, as I got older, it just, I mean, what seeing the stuff with my mom and everybody else, it just pushed me even harder to the fact, no, this is the field I want to be in. And I did my undergrad in criminology, law, and society, and a minor in political science. So, and same thing, even when I was in college, I did internships at public defender offices, merely because to understand if this was truly what I really wanted to do, or maybe I wanted to go into something different. And I realized I didn't want to go into something different because this is what excited me. This is what made me happy. And I do tend to get bored easily. So I was like, I can't sit in an office. I can't be flipping through papers. I can't be a contractual attorney. I can't do corporate law and all of that. So this is what I truly wanted to do, where I feel like I was actually making an impact. I was helping people truly because it was impacting their lives. And funny story is that eventually when I became a public defender, my mom would call because they're in California, I'm in New York, and she'd be like, oh, how are you doing this and that? And I'm like, Mom, I'm ready to go into the jail, so I'll call you later. And she'd be like, oh, King Hoya, like, why are you going to the jail? Like, I'm like, Mom, my clients are in jail. So they truly forgot the fact that I was in the public sector, that I was a criminal defense attorney. It was always like, oh my God, she's going to the jail. I'm like, it's fine. I'm fine. It's nothing bad. So that's just something that stayed with me. It was just a small thing that I said as a kid and something that I stuck with, and I'm glad I did because and that was also the reason why I didn't want to be any other kind of judge. I can't be a civil court judge because that's not me. I don't think I'm impacting people on a day-to-day basis as I can in a criminal court.
Thank you for that. That was really inspiring.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? I know you guys got really great questions. These, so amazing. I'm completely honored. Yeah, really. Thank you. Go ahead, Wanda.
Yeah, the United Sikhs is so honored to have you here. It's just an amazing presentation, and it attests to your ability to get your story out, and your enthusiasm about getting your story to these young students who are just starting out in their own careers. That there are no more questions. So, are there any last minute granular points that you might want to sort of get across to them to inspire them, to encourage them, to empower them to move forward with their dreams and their path to into the future?
I mean, I would just say, as I had mentioned already, right? Follow your dreams. Don't let anyone else determine what your dreams are going to be. It's you who has to live this life. It's you who's going to have this career, this future, and you have to enjoy it. You can't be in a position to please others if you're miserable yourself. So choose a path that truly makes you happy. And as a college student, try different things. And so that you can figure out what your path will be. Try, if you want to go to law school, great. You don't know what kind of law you want to practice, do various different internships. I tell that to everyone. I'm like, the best time to learn and best way to learn is by doing internships. It prepares you so much, and you learn from a different lens than when you're actually in the field, because you're sitting back and you get to watch and observe a lot more, which is not something that you have too much of an opportunity to do when you're actually in the field practicing yourself, because then you're just constantly on the move. So do various different internships. And if you think you want to be a defense attorney, I say try the prosecutorial side first. And because that was the approach that I took. And I was like, you always need to know how the other side works. So do internships there too. So you learn the process and then go to the other side, and maybe you change your mind and whatnot, but you have to try it. And don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something. That's something I tell my kids all the time. Like, you've earned your space. You've earned the respect. You deserve to be where you are, and just work hard, stay determined, and work hard. And it's okay to fail. If you fail, get up and start all over again. Don't think that, oh my God, my career is over. I didn't pass this. No, it doesn't matter. You're young. You have more than enough time to get to where you want to be, but just follow your path.
I agree wholeheartedly, particularly where Tina's talking about sort of following your path and really following your own bliss and your own consciousness and your own principles moving forward throughout your life. It's as women and as people who are oftentimes our communities are marginalized, we have to remember that we have to be strong, not just for ourselves, but for our communities, and that no one has the right to tell you what you can do. Only you have that right. So thank you so much, Tina, again for meeting with us. You please feel free to continue to ask questions. I have to stay off camera for a moment and go take care of some business. But our next speaker is, as I noted, Bhupinder, can you tell us who our next speaker is and what the
It's
topic is?
Kamaljeet Singh. Kamaljeet Singh, he will be talking about the connection with Gurbani, finding my voice, courage, responsibility, and shelter in Gurbani. So he's an amazing speaker and talking about advocacy and the role of the Gurbani plays, which is the six scriptures in being an advocate. So I'll find out what his ETA is if he can join us early. Just give us a few minutes. And again, thank you so much, Tina G. It was really a pleasure speaking with you.
And to the students, want information. So if you guys have any questions and if you need any assistance that I can direct you in the future, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you for that.
And thank you, everyone.
Well, if you guys give me a minute, I can make a quick call and find out if we can start. Just give me 2 minutes.
I have to offer the whole of myself and hukam manya paya. And still I have to say, as John Milton says, those also serve who stand and wait. I have to ask my Guruji, Guruji, what is next? I can go on and on. Postpone this session and I can talk about this.
No, then we won't postpone. We would like to continue. We talk about the subject at hand, please.
Yeah. All right. I know. I was just, it's my passion.
We know. And that's why you're here.
Thank you.
I just want to tell that all of the panelists here, everyone who's watching, that Kamaljeet Singh Uncle Ji is an amazing speaker, and you're more than welcome to interrupt at any time. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you would like more elaborate, please do jump in. This session is really supposed to be about understanding. Gurjina has a question. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I just had a question. Like sometimes we are so connected to Gurbani and like Guru Sahib, but sometimes ਆਪਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ like ਆਪਾਂ ਡੋਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ हैं, right? In Punjabi we say like we start doubting, we start overthinking. Like how can we like deal with that?
Good question. Very experiential, basically. Degan, now I try to find answers from Gurbani instead of say I said, he said. Pacha says, Degan dolan tolo jolo man ke parma. Param is illusion / delusion. Pachaji Param, what is Param? Pacha says, Madhve, kya janiye Param aisa? Definition की है? जैसा मानिए होए ना तैसा. Whatever we assume that it is right, it's not that. Our assumption can always be, sometimes be, randomly, seldomly wrong. So, the gist is, yes, I might have some illusions that deviates me, that detach me from that state of mind. Could I answer your question? I'm Dumbo.
No, thank you so much. I just had actually one more question. How do you respond to people like Jo Gurbani te tark karn lag jande hain? Like they don't like how do you like I feel like there's so many people that, you know, question Gurbani and be like, oh, how is that the case? How's that? And I feel always so hurt when they say stuff like that, but it's like, how do you deal with that then?
Are you born here or in India?
I'm born here.
Okay. Have you been to India?
Yes, many times.
When we pass through some streets in anywhere, in any village or city, there are dogs, the street dogs. They start barking. What do you do?
You don't do anything.
No. You stop, you change your path, or you just pass awareingly.
Just pass.
Just pass. That's your answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Should we start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you... Oh, sharing is there?
Hanji.
Ji aaya saaryan nu. Welcome. We are here on behalf of United Sikhs Global Summit, United Sikhs, to talk about finding my voice. I was very stunned that how come Bhupinder Kaur ji is coming with this topic. And I said, well, that's my test. Because I didn't know whether I found my voice or not, truthfully speaking. Courage, we're going to talk about courage. Do I have it? If I have, am I aware of my responsibilities towards myself, towards my family, extended family, society? And shelter, that's a very significant word. Usually what we do is that we go on Sundays, take our prasadas, rotis, langars, food in the shelter home. That's not shelter. That's a shelter in materialism. But what is shelter in spiritualism? We're going to talk about it. Then, the whole talk is going to be revolving Man tu jot saroop hai apna mool pachan. Pardon me, to save time, are we constrained with the time, Upinder ji?
Khulla time.
Oh, okay, then fine. Thank you. Thank Lord. Man tu jot saroop hai apna mool pachan. Oh mind, you are the embodiment of the divine light. Is it so? Whenever we talk of Gurbani, I'm going to ask myself, and you're going to ask yourself, recognize your origin. Do I? Man, har ji tere naal hai gurmati rangman. Oh mind, Lord is with you. Do you know that? Are you aware of it? Enjoy his love through the Guru's teachings. You got it? I'm talking by myself. Overview. We're going to talk about finding my voice. First of all, meaning of it, feeling behind it, implication for personal life, implication for family life, implication for extended family, and implication for society. These are the four aspects I can always introspect, retrospect from these channels. There comes a moment in everyone's life when noise around us becomes louder than the sound within us. Do I know it? It happens with everyone. We follow expectations, duties, roles, and responsibilities until one day we realize that somewhere along the way, our own voice became faint. Have you experienced it? These are some points I would raise. I'm not asking. Finding my voice is not about speaking louder, mind you. It is about remembering who I am beneath all the layers the world has placed on me. To be noted. I'm not going to reiterate. It is the moment when the heart says, I also exist, damn it. It is the moment when truth becomes more important than others' approval. It is the moment when courage becomes more important than comfort. Everyone likes to be in comfort zone. It is the moment when the soul, the inner self, whatever you call, refuses to live on borrowed beliefs. There is a check mark, check, cross. Whatever we talk about, you can keep a note or keep asking yourself, check or cross. Applicable, not applicable. Now, we're talking about the personal life. In personal life, finding my voice means finally listening to the part of me that I ignored for years. I have patients who have their problem. The part that knew what was right, what was needed, and what was true. In family life, it means showing up with honesty, not fear, with clarity, not confusion, with love that is firm, not silent. In extended family life, it means stepping out of the shadow of log ki kahange. What will others say? That's an inlaid problem. And stepping into the light of Guru ki kahani. Thus saith Guru. And in society, finding my voice means choosing responsibility over comfort, justice over silence, and humanity over convenience. My voice is not just mine, mind you. It has been blessed. Deaf and dumb, if God wills so. My voice is not just mine, it affects my children, my relationships, my community, and the world I leave behind. When I find my voice, God willing, after this session, I don't just change my life. I change the lives of everyone who depends on my courage. And when one person finds their voice, it gives permission to others to find theirs. Isn't it? This journey, my friends, is not easy. But nothing is impossible for a man in this world. But it is sacred because the moment I find my voice, trust me, I finally find myself. Right? Take a pause. Why courage matters so much? I can find the answer if I know you are belonging to United Sikhs, but I can find this answer if I acknowledge and appreciate the work of United Sikhs, attorneys, advocates, and volunteers who stand for justice globally. In the beginning, guess, I have joined today. How was the life that they had in the very beginning when they started this organization? In the beginning, all they had was courage. That's it. And fullest faith on God. Do I have it? They had it back then. To get the guidance and the alignment with the truth. Kim Sachiara hoiye? They knew it jolly well. And even today, they are guarding against all the evils. That's the reason only with those two prongs. Finding my voice. Again, getting back. Many times we feel afraid to speak. That's the foremost issue. We fear conflicts. If I say so, my friend, my mom, my dad, my husband, my wife, my kid would be conflicted, offended. So I have to quote in different tones my words. We fear conflicts, we fear consequences and or judgment. How would I be judged? Same thing है सबसे बड़ा ये रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग? What will be the people saying? This is the biggest problem. But Gurbani teaches. Now we will go hand in hand because I have to get guidance from Gurbani, not any person. For my Guru. Some of you may not be with me, but that's who I am. Gurbani teaches that outrage is not loudness. Mind you, courage is it so? In my case, when I say that way, that means tick or cross. The courage comes from truth. Is it right? Gurbani Foundation, Sacho Ure Sab Ko Upar Sach Achar. Truth is above everything. And truthful living is still higher. So, to find my voice, wish it was interactive, then I would have asked this question. But I have made it like that gestically of this thought. To find my voice, I should understand that speaking is not about ego. Mind you, we categorically say, he is too much ego, man. It's not about ego. It's about living truthfully. It's a subtle difference with the thought process, but the implicative thought is totally apart. Why we lose our voice? That's a question. Everyone asks. Why did it happen with me? ਅਸੀਂ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਵਿਗਾੜਿਆ ਸੀ? Fear of rejection. We have all sorts of fear. Fear of authority. Fear of being alone. Fear of making mistakes. Fear of consequences. You would see some terms are repeated, but they're needed wherever they are. Gurbani says, Nirpau japa, sagal pau mita. We have inlaid in our Gur Mantar, Moon Mantar, ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ. It is there. Have I dwelled on it? Have I tried to live it? Implement it in my life? Shayad nahi. Or if I did, I deviated. I got seduced by something or the other. Nirpo jape, sagal pau mite. Meditating on the fearless Lord, all fear departs, and we get relieved from fears with His grace. Now, this is something I have to do all the efforts, all the legworks. But when rewarded, when recognized, acknowledged, I have to say, all your grace, Dad, Mama, Dad, oh Lord, Vaiguruji, it's all your grace. If you wouldn't have enabled me, I wouldn't have gotten it. Saying so, one, I being humble. Two, it's not ego. There is no ego because all credits are gone to Him. I'm just a puppet. I'm just a carrier. Nirpau jape, sagal pau mite. Now the question is, we talk about the finding my voice. At first, why did I lose my voice? Why, how, when, where, all that comprehension. 5 things. Fear in personal life. Now we are gonna spread it out. We fear because we don't want to fall. And jointly or severally, it is applicable. We don't want to fall. We don't want to be judged. We don't want to lose respect. We don't want to be alone. We don't want to be wrong. All these. It's all my personal, affecting my personality. Since there is time, so I will like to take a pause here and talk about a little bit of the personality. Whatever I am, whatever my personality is, behind there are certain habits that make my personality. Behind those habits, there are some actions that form into the habits. Behind those actions is a thought or multiple thoughts. So thoughts, repetitive thoughts comes to action, repetitive action becomes habit, and habits conforms my personality. Are we agreed? Understand? At least nod or raise hand. You don't have to speak. So if I now change the terminology, a thought can lead to my personality, how I am, / or a thought can lead to my destiny. Is it so? Agreed? Right? Gurjina ji, is it right? Makes sense? Right? Now, the psychologists, neurologists, they all talk about in one day, 24 hours time, every person takes 50 to 70,000 thoughts, which comes down to fragmented, sometimes hundreds of thoughts in a second. So if I want to change my destiny, if I want to change my personality, I should nail that one darn thought. Got it, everyone? Okay. So getting back, Nirpau Gurbani insight is to overcome, to subjugate fear is Nirpau. What we have read, we chant every moment in Mool Mantra. निर्भव संग तुम्हारे बसते ये डरन कहाँ ते आया? Come on, guy. Why are you fearing? When he's with you, you are holding fingers of your mom in the carnival, who you are scared of. But the problem is here that I have never considered my God as my mom or dad. Fear comes when the mind forgets its anchor. Gurbani says, when your anchor is the Guru, worldly fear dissolves. Have I tried it? Again, check, cross. Continuingly, fear in family life. Inside the family, fear often comes from inside the family, when I'm in the family, within the format, within the environment, wanting to maintain harmony. It could be in any relation. Matter of fact, relation, which is very hot topic nowadays for behaviorists, Gurbani, Guru Nanak is the best behaviorist. I call him the best psychiatrist. You may be agreeing with me or not. Not wanting to hurt loved ones. Fear of conflict. Fear of disappointing parents, spouse, children. Fear of losing emotional connections. Gurbani says, Man jeeta jagjeet. Because all fears are emanating from where? Here. That's it. In Spanish, they call it loco. Because he has lost his senses. Murak, who takes care of his mouth, of his face. Murak. And in English, we call it fool, stupid, all kinds of slangs. Fear grows, mind you. Gurbani says, Man jeet hai jag jeet. You conquer your own mind, you can conquer the whole world. And remember, Satguru Pure Sach Kya. Don't disbelieve. Whatever Guru says, it's the eternal truth. If the mind is steady, relationships become steady. Fear grows when emotions overpower truth. Agree? Not agree. Again, fear in the extended family. Are we doing okay? Bored? Should I sign off?
No, I think you should start calling on people randomly.
Okay.
But
Well, unfortunately, I can't go that way because, as I said, I'm not multitasker, my biggest problem. And yes, I can, anyone can interrupt me. I don't mind because I'm born
okay,
interrupted.
we're interrupting you. We're
Okay.
interrupting you. Mambina Kaur has a question for you. Go ahead.
All right.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ
ਫਤਿਹ
ਫਤਿਹ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ how come our actions and qualities don't always align with ਜੋ ਸਾਡੀ image ਬਣੀ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ
Wow. How come, once the last line again, please? How come our
like
actions
our actions and qualities like they don't always
don't align?
yeah
Okay. Very good question. Hey, people are smart. मैं कितने फंस गया यार? Mabina ji, Dad, I'm very scared of Dad. He normally has his own shack, his room, where he stays. Sometimes he comes out. And we are so smart kids that our siblings, my siblings, they tell me, oh, Dad, the vela ho gaya anda bar. Chup kar jo hun. Right?
ਹਾਂਜੀ
And the moment Dad goes in, we start again. Why so?
Because like Odarni had and like Odarni like he's left the room, so we go back to our old ways.
Cat is away, rats will play. We don't get aligned because we like to be non-aligned.
Okay.
Sorry. If we want to be aligned, then who can stop us?
ਹਾਂਜੀ
है हजूर दूर कत जाओ मान रे थिर रहो ओ माय माइंड स्टेबल स्टे देयर मान रे थिर रहो मत कत जाही जियो डोंट गो एल्सवेयर बाहर ढूंढत बहुत दुख पावे पुत्र इफ यू गो सर्च आउटसाइड you face so many problems. Kar amrit kat mahi jiyo. Stay at home. Home doesn't mean the four walls. Doesn't mean the house. Home is. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
I prayed a lot. Vaiguruji enabled me to answer.
No, you
Thank
did.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Should we go ahead, Pindarji? Okay. So, reputation concern, social expectations, reputation concerns, log ki kahenge again and again. This phrase kills me all through my life. I still can't get rid of it. Comparison with others, pressure to confirm. The Gurbani insight, it says, Jin nirpao. We all read it. The best part is that we do part. We read every day and night. But when it comes, I forgot. I'm one of those kids that the kids nowadays are very smart. 3-4 years kid. Okay, Maria, let me tell you. I know. She doesn't let me finish. One time, 2 times, I get at particular time or sometimes I say, what is she talking? She won't let me finish. And she says, I know. Okay, what was I going to say? I don't know. And we laugh. We read it. We try to implement it, but still we forget. That's my nature. I don't have to deplore on that. No. Jin nirpao, reiteratingly, Jin har nirpao. Kya aaya ji? Those who meditate upon, who contemplate the Lord, the Vaiguruji, tinka pao sab gwasi. Have I experienced it? That's the question. Now, extended families' fear is cultural. It's not spiritual, mind you. It just exists in the extended family. Fear in society. Society creates fear through norms, judgments, social roles, community expectations, cultural pressure. That's also there. Now, Gurbani insight. Nirpau paye, sagal pau mitya, rakhe rakhan hare. Holding to the finger of my Lord, my dad, my mom, tu mera pita, tu hai mera mata. Just by holding on the finger, holding on to the awareness, actualization, what happened? Sagal pav mitya. All my fear were gone. Rakhe rakhan hare. Lord the Savior has blessed me. I have become fearless. Has it happened to me? That's the question. Sometimes yes. Each one of us. We can never say, no one can say that, oh, it has never happened with me. All my fears have been eradicated. ऐसी दात तेरी प्रभ मेरे कारज सगल सुआरे. Has it happened with me? Again, such is your generosity, my dear. Oh, my Vaiguruji, you have resolved all of my affairs, good or bad. Have I felt like that? Any moment? Some moments? Seldom? Rare? Always? All answers vary. Do I have such? Now, how does it come at? Reliance, depending upon Gurbani. When mom is home, I don't care to close doors, the outer door, the main gate, lock it before sleep. I know mom would take care of it. That is dependability. Relying. Do I have such a reliance? Big question. We only fear being different. That's it. Economic fear. This is one of the strongest fears today. Fear of losing job. If I say something to the boss, he may fire me. I have to accept his exigencies. Although I'm being harassed, still I'll keep shut because I don't want to lose my job. I have had cases like that. Fear of financial instability. What will I do if I'm fired? It's not a job market nowadays. All those kinds. Fear of not providing for family. I won't be able to provide bread and butter. Fear of debt. How I pay my cards, my insurances, my installments. Fear of poverty. Oh, I go bankrupt. I'll be poor. Fear of losing status. Oh, I'm on a managerial post. If I get fired, will they hire me? Will other companies hire me where there is a scarcity of jobs nowadays in the market? All these fear relate to economic fear. Gurbani insight, if I submit myself, remember, one thing, fullest love, unconditional love, worldly or spiritually. And second, unconditional love and complete surrender. All relations of the world, they revolve in between these two prongs. Unconditional love, complete surrender. Do I have a complete surrender before my Guru? Before his hukam? Do I love him unconditionally? No, heck not. I am so raised, Babaji, if you bring my job in my lap, or if I get this job, I'm gonna do prashad for X amount of dollars. I'll go do the Akhand part if you find a suitable batch for my daughter. All those kinds. Bribe, barter. This ain't surrender. This is not unconditional love. That, mom, Look, I brought grocery. Now you have to cook in accordance with my taste. No. Unconditional. जो तू करें, whatever you do, करावें स्वामी, cause to be done, सा मसलत परवान. I would blindly accept. Is it so? How come I say that Bani is not there? Bani is there. I am not there for Bani. I'm sorry. No offense. My purpose is not to offend anyone. Please. If I still do, please forgive me. Economic fear comes from attachment now. The causa prima. Attachment to security. Nam is the real support. Not wealth is the real support. And there are, won't be out of place to mention it here, 7 synonyms are there after consulting the Kosh, the encyclopedias. Naam, Shabad, Gurbani, Guru, Kartar, Hukam, and Updesh. They are all meaning the same. Wherever one comes, it means that all of the 7 synonyms can prevail there. It is to be noted, you can always get a notification, get a notation on that. I would say cram it. Then it won't be a problem to follow Gurbani's path. Naam is the real support, not wealth. Agreed or not? Political fear. इन्ने डर ने कि खत्म ही नहीं होना चाहते. गमेश को करना होता, गमे रोजगार होता. Political fear arises from uncertainty, instability, policies affecting livelihood, fear of discrimination, fear of injustice, fear of losing rights, all that. As I said, I'm not going to reiterate. You're all smart enough. I am the only old person here who's a slowpoke. Gurbani insight. Man re, sach mile pao jaye. Oh, my mind. Try to meet with the true Guru, the true Lord. Trust me, all fear departs. Do I agree with it? First. Have I tried it? Second. If I have tried it, have I kept in my implicative life? Courage is not political, mind you. It is spiritual. Do what is righteous, regardless of political climate. Do I agree with it? Have I done it? Can I do it? If I haven't done, my choice. Continuing, peer pressure. That's the foremost. Peer pressure creates fear because we want acceptance. I don't want to be odd man out. ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਸਾਰੇ ਅਮੀਰ ਬੱਚੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਬਾਈਕ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦਿਓ. All those kinds. We want belonging. I should belong. I shouldn't feel detached. We fear exclusion. We fear being laughed at. Mom, I go to school. This is new school. I don't like that. Why, kiddo? Oh, they laugh at me. That is fear. We took the example of barking dogs. Let them bark. Let them laugh. Who cares? If I am holding on to Lord's finger, this fear would be eradicated. We fear being the odd one out. We talked about it. Gurbani insight. Niman so akhar, khavan gun, jeba maniya mant. In Ardas every day we say, Dekh ke andit kita. Having seen, but not seen. I saw, but pretend not seeing. I heard, pretend I didn't hear. Then, nothing. It's the whole bottle of water I'm pouring onto the stone. No effect on the stone. I should be strong as a steady stone. Humility is the word, forgiveness is the virtue, and sweet talk, speech is the magic mantra. Humility dissolves peer pressure. Have I tried? Have I thought about it? Because humility removes ego. What bothers me about the peer is my ego. Ego gets hurt. And when I am humble, I try to ignore, then it goes. I don't mind that. I must mention 3 domains. I had just kept a bullet because we have time. So 3 domains are there. Always, always, always keep that in mind. It's the way, my connection is not right. My internet is not right. I have 4 bars. How about you, Gugina? I have 4 bar, uncle. Then there is some network issue. We always go in the awareness mode that I have 4 bars. That is my router. That is my domain. If I am connected, I have 4 bars with that domain. Nothing can stop my conversation with him on the phone. We took the example of the cell phone nowadays. First domain is oneness. Needless to explain all 3 domains. Oneness, is it understandable? Oneness, that I am with the one. Gur mere sang sada hai naale. I-ness, I am not with the one, I am with me, myself. Ego, I, me, mine. Instead of you, thou, and thine, I'm living in I, me, and mine. Bars are not gonna be complete, mind you. Otherness, it's neither oneness nor I-ness, rather it's otherness. Duja pao, Bani says. Duja pao na dei live lagn. The inclination towards others will not let you focus on oneness. The inclination towards yourself, I-ness, will never let you focus on oneness. You gotta be in the domain, prima facie, in the domain of oneness. Does it make sense? Or it went above my head? Or I don't have any words to make you understand? What should I say? All right. Kuljit is raising thumb. So, okay, that means I'll take that vote. I'll pick mine. Okay. Next. Where the divine resides in the mind, fear cannot exist. That's another statement. And if you see this anchor, when the big ship needs to dock, they put the anchor into the sea. This materialism is a sea, is an ocean. My thought process with the domain of I-ness, otherness, no, oneness. Rather, my life within the domain of oneness, if I throw the anchor of dependability, reliance on Guru into this materialism, I will be steady or still shaky? Question. Please answer. Anyone? Will I be steady or shaky? No one?
Steady?
Yes, of course. Why not shaky?
Because you have that anchor in your mind, and
There you
that's
go.
what the divine is residing in you.
You said it. You said it. It's just catch hold of through my awareness. Actualization. Right? Now, fear, now mind you, fear is not outside. Very important. It's always inside. Fear is not created by the world. It is created by my own, by our perception of the world. Is it right? Fear disappears when mind becomes stable. Anchor. You talk another anchor. Humility becomes attitude. That's an anchor. Truth becomes compass. Anchor. Naam becomes anchor. Shabad, Naam, Guru, Gurbani, Hukam, Kartar, Updesh, all these words. Seva becomes purpose. That's what your organization is doing. Sangat becomes support. Do I have my Sangat is company. They say a man is judged by the company he keeps. Do I have company who have a support system? If not company, I work for such an organization who has a support system. I must be thankful to Lord, isn't it? Now, when the divine resides in the mind, now let us ponder a little bit on the root of all fear, Gurbani's core teachings. Gurbani says fear comes from forgetting who we truly are. Here I have to repeat. Fear comes only when we forget who we truly are. Who am I? I always tell my students, my clients, always contemplate upon who am I, why am I, what for? These are the three spiritual related questions who can make my standing in spirituality firm. who we truly are, ਜਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਅੰਤਰ ਤਾਂ ਸੁਖੇ, and ਤੂੰ ਵਿਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਕੋ ਲਾਗੂ. When you reside in me, I am at peace. I'm comfortable. The second is, ਤੂੰ ਵਿਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਕੋ ਲਾਗੂ. If I forget you by my mistake, excuse me, then everyone is my enemy. Is it right? Is it so? Bilawal Mela Panjwa, there is a Shabad. Gobind 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 Mai, jab te pete saad dayara, tab te durmat dur pai. Saad is Guru. Raha. Puran Purre Sampuran, Sital, Shant, Dayal, Dai, Kam Kro Trishna Ankara, Tante Oe Sagal Khai, Sat Santok Daya Taram Such, Santante E Mant Lai, Kau Nanak Jan Mano Pachania, Tinko Sagli Soj Pai. Chanting his name, I have become like him. Have I? Since I started contemplating on Guru Nam, all negative thoughts have been driven away. The perfect Lord is all-pervading. He is cool, calm, peaceful, and compassionate. Desires, angers, egotism have been eliminated from within. I have instilled truth, contentment, compassion, faith, and truthfulness. Nanak says, one who realizes this from within, from mind, understands totally the domain of oneness. Make sense? Right? Or no? We fear when we forget the Guru, mind you. That's a noteworthy, worth remembering. We fear when we forget the Guru. When we remember the Guru, fear forgets us. When I forget Vaheguruji, dukh tade jam visar jame. When I forget Vaheguruji, I suffer in pains. Now, we've talked about analytically, myself, family, extended family, society, how to find my voice in nutshell. Gurbani based. Of course, Gurbani is my source. This is the heart of our talks. Today's session. 4 spiritual steps. Are you tired? Are you bored? Continue?
Yes, please. I wanted to screenshot this screen. It's really great.
Oh, I'll send you, no problem. It's all for the society, for the kids.
Thank you.
This is the heart of our talk. 4 spiritual steps, mind you. Step 1, anchoring in Nam. Now you may find, as I said earlier, some reiterations here, but they are meant to be. They are supposed to be here. Voice becomes strong when the mind becomes still. Agreed? You just have to think about. Sometimes it's play of words, sometimes it's psychological, underlying thoughts. We have never experienced, we have never thought about. Man jeete, jag jeet. And the best part, the astonishing part is Bani speaks everywhere. In Punjabi, there used to be a saying, "Oh, kedi gali jithe bhago nahi khali." Is there any thought left out without Gurbani? No. Voice becomes strong when the mind becomes still. Man jeete jag jeet. When you conquer your mind, you conquer the world. Isn't it? Bewilderment? Astonishing? Have I thought about it? A stable mind produces a stable voice. We're talking about voice finding. Step 2, speak from truth and not emotion. Gurbani does not ask us to shout. It asks us to speak from clarity. Sach ki bani, Nanak aakhe. Nanak speaks the words of truth. Your voice becomes powerful when it carries truth and not anger. You shouldn't be anguish. 4 spiritual steps, continuing. Speak of sarbat da pala. It's one of the virtues, mind you. Your voice is not for personal gain. It is for the welfare of all. That's why you have joined United Sikhs. Nanak naam chaddi kala, tere paane sarbat ka bala. You'd be on a rising ladder when you ask and pray for everyone's betterment, for the whole community, for the whole humanity, for the whole world. This is the foundation of United Sikhs, justice for all, not for just Sikhs, isn't it? Speak with nimrata, humility. Courage is not arrogance. Courage is humility with conviction. That's another word. Love to the level of conviction. ਧਰ ਤਰਾਜੂ ਤੋਲੀਏ ਨਿਵੇਂ ਸੋ ਗੌਰਾ ਹੋਏ. When weighing on the balancing scale, descent side is always heavier. Humility is a jewel. A humble voice becomes a universal faith. That won't be out of place to mention St. Augustine. When he talks about the foundational virtue of Christianity, he says the foundational virtue of Christianity is the first, humility, the second, humility, and the third is humility. So there is so similarity in all the faith system. Now, suppose, hypothesis, that after I find my voice, everyone has right to imagine, or Sheikh Chili, we have the right to talk about Sheikh Chili. Imagine, dream. What are my responsibilities towards society? Gurbani based again. Or what are my duties as a Sikh? Now, Sikh here is not a turban Sikh, a seeker, a student, a follower. First, stand for justice, which is Taram, Taul Taram, Daya Ka Poot. Guru Nanak Sahib stood against Babur. Guru Arjan Sahib stood against tyranny. We are touching the history a little bit. Guru Gobind Singh Sahib created the Khalsa to protect the weak. Who created United Sikhs? Think about it. It's a time. I should be proud for affiliation with myself, with the organization, such organization. Satgur daya kare sukhdata hum lave apan pali. Grant me the boon, O my Lord, that I may never deviate from righteous path and virtuous action. When was it last I asked for it? When was it last I prayed for it? If not, I should incorporate that in my prayers. must. Protect the vulnerable, weak. Again, I'm not schmoozing anyone or any organization. I'm calling a spade a spade. Haath kangan ko arsi kya? It is apparent. United Sikhs does this globally. Which dunya save kamaiye, ta dargah besan paiye. They don't care for any acknowledgement, for any reward. They just do their job. In this world earned by serving others. Do I agree with it? Seva, mind you, is not optional. It is our identity. It is our duty as a human being. Do unto others, as Bible say, as ye would that they should do unto you. That's what it is important. Again, continued, my responsibility. Speak against injustice, sorry. Silence in front of injustice is mind you this note. Silence in front of injustice is a participation in injustice. I'm not asking you agreed or not. It's agreeable. Have to, must. Jo tud pavai sai pali kar. Do what pleases the divine. Do I? That I do only those deeds which pleases the divine, and justice always please the divine. Mind you, that means always do justice to everything, because not to please others, because I want to please divine. Build understanding, not division. That's another one. Your own life should reflect this. Being attorney, teaching in classrooms, explaining truthfulness, Sikhi, preventing bullying, every step that we take as an adult, as a part of the society, leading part of the society, keeping in mind love for all and hatred for none. Na ko beri, na hai bagana, sagal sang hamko banai. I love everyone. Aval Allah noor paya, kudrat ke sab bande. All are created from the same light. Can't deny that fact. Our responsibility is unity, not separation. Now, last, what is shelter in Gurbani? This is beautiful section. Shelter in Gurbani is not physical. It is spiritual. It's from and within. It's the understandability. It's the acknowledgement. It's the contemplation. It's the realization. Guru's wisdom, Gyan Anjan Gurdiya Gyan Andher Binas. With Guru's eye drops Shabad, the spiritual wisdom dispelled in the darkness. The Guru's word Shabad is my support. Is it? When was it last I got the support from Guru's Shabad? Let me ask Guru, what does he say? When was it last I said so? Shelter, naam. मैं गुरबानी आधार है, गुरबानी लाग रहा हूं. Naam is the support of life. Is it? Again, 7 synonyms. Naam, Shabad, Hukam, Kartar, Updesh, Guru, Gurbani. They are my shelter. Hukam, again, separatingly also. Same. Hukme andar sabko, bahar hukam na koi. Shelter, Sangat. Company of the saints, the holy ones. Mere Madho ji, Sat Sangat mile so tarya. Oh my dear, Oh, my mind. In the company of the holy ones, one finds peace. Have I tried? When was it last? Again, when was it last? I have to check mark myself. Endingly, closing a call to action. Please, with folded hands, with a requesting mode. I want to end with the message that, ladies and gentlemen, kids and elders, your voice is not just yours, mind you. It's been a blessing. It belongs to the Guru. So never misuse it. When you speak for justice, you speak as the Guru's representative. Nothing else. No individualistic approach. Courage is not the absence of fear. Mind you, is the presence of Guru. If you inculcate this habit, you would be free of egotism right away. Fearlessness is attained by getting Guru's refuge. Mind you, only then you will be able to provide shelter to other human beings. First, put the mask on you, yourself, and then to the kids in your plane in case of emergency. So you first get the shelter from Guru, only then you would be able to provide shelter to others. Here we are not talking of the worldly shelter, the shelter homes. Make sense? Last, I want that every one of you please unmute yourself or whatever. I can't see because I am on the side by side screen, but I request you all, let us chant. If you have liked this session, it's not mine, it's Guru's grace. And if you want to be grace showering upon you forever, from now on, henceforth, just sing behind me, please. Should I?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please, appreciate it. Sasa शरण परे अब हारे ससा शरण परे अब हारे शास्त्र सिमरत वेद पुकारे शास्त्र सिमरत वेद पुकारे ससा शरण परे अब हारे. You can read yourself. I don't want to create a hindrance in the flow. Is it okay, Bhupendraji? Should I continue with singing only, right?
Please.
Everyone, again. Sodat, sodat, sod bichara. Sodat, sodat, sod bichara. Bin har bhajan नहीं छुटकारा बिन हर भजन
नहीं छुटकारा
सांस सांस हम भूलन हारे सांस
सास
सांस हम भूलन
हारे
तुम सम्राट अगणित अपारे तुम
तू समर्थ
अगणित अपारे शरण परे की राख दयाला शरण परे की राख दयाला नानक तुमने बाल गोपाला नानक तुमने बाल
गोपाला
ससरा शरण परे अब हारे
हारे
ससरा शरण परे अब
हारे
अब हारे अब हारे
Thank you for your support. I don't know who supported, but I have to say because I didn't see it. Only Pupinder Kaurji can tell. Did everyone participate or not? Just to console
Had a
me.
good majority that did.
Yeah.
Hanji, I heard voices.
Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. This was the rag Nat Bhairav.
Gaudi.
No, Gaudi was the related rag.
The Shabad.
Yeah, the
Hanji.
Shabad was in Gaudi, but sung
Hanji.
in Nat Bhairav because it was after morning hours. So up till noon. So that's what I chanted. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. The Khalsa, the pure one belongs to the Guru. Victory belongs to the Guru. For any questions, I won't answer. That is positive, but still contact me.
Thank you so much. बहुत बढ़िया लगा. Really, really great. I firsthand know how much research was done making this entire presentation relevant with Gurbani, Seva, speaking up for those who don't have a voice, and just being able to find our own voice and using that voice where it needs to be. And as you very eloquently mentioned, that this voice belongs to the Guru, and that's what guides us. And just the support of the Guru and Gurbani and how it teaches us how to live our lives just as human beings in addition to being Sikhs is just so valuable. I would like to take a few minutes and please open up the floor for any questions. This is a great opportunity. Please take
Don't
advantage.
expect
Unmute
answers. I'm
yourself and
telling
just
you
ask.
again.
He will. I'll make him, I promise.
Did you like it? Can you carry out these ordains, whatever we talked about, into your life? Implicate them.
Hello, Uncle Ji. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki
Vaheguru Ji
Fateh.
Ki Fateh.
My name is Simran Kaur, and I just wanted to say that I loved your presentation. ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੈ, it like ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਬੜੀ ਲੱਗੀ, right? And ਮੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੇ like ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ impact ਹੋਇਆ, and I just want to say thank you. And if there's any way I can like search up more of your teachings online, or if you could share that, I would be really interested. Thank you.
Yes, talk with Bhupinder Kaurji. And I said,
Yeah, he's tagged. Yeah,
sorry?
he's tagged on our United Six posts where his name appears, and he shared it in the stories, so you can find his at on IG on there. And I'll send it here too.
Right?
Mhm.
These are the only two people. Wanda, I just talked with her only once. They are the sources that you can get in contact with me. Maninderji and Bhupinder Kaurji and Wanda. But now on, I will try to know you all, if you would wish so. And as I said in the beginning, I'm always there. That's what my profession is, teaching Gurbani online. Understanding Gurbani, teaching Guru Granth Sahib, knowing what is behind, what is in the depth of Gurbani.
Okay, Pradeep Kaur has a question. Please go ahead.
Yes,
Sat Shri Akal.
Sat Shri Akal.
My question, I really loved your presentation, and I loved the side-by-side translations from Gurbani and how it relates to real world issues and problems that we all face is very relatable. So I love that. My question was, do you have like live Zoom sessions or sessions where we can participate? And because I just looked up your IG now and I see you have videos, but maybe it would be cool to have like Zoom sessions where if we are a participant, then we can also engage in dialogue with you and ask questions. Because like personally, like when I go to the Gurdwara and I listen to Katha, like it's so nice to listen and understand. But if I'm confused about something, I think of it and then I forget. Like I can't really go up and like ask it later. So if you have that, I would love to attend something like that.
That's what in the beginning, Pupendraji, would it be inappropriate to share my card that I send you in the group or somehow? I don't know if it is
No,
doable.
yeah, I can definitely share it in our WhatsApp group here. It should be okay because a lot of the, just based on the teachings on Sikhi and advocacy and the way this all relates, and I will definitely vouch for Uncle G just because in our gurdwaras, not a lot of people speak English, and they're not savvy of our language, like Gen Z or millennial language, and you can't really. I mean, Uncle T and me, we're besties. We call each other besties, actually. I don't know a lot of not that I'm gonna call him a kathawachak, but like not a lot of kathawachaks don't really talk in this way. Like he's so cool. Trust me, like I can vouch for him, and I'll definitely share his contact information with you guys.
Yeah, and Pradeep ji, as you said, that's what if you can, if you like, can afford either way, or you can join my one-on-one session to go faster in the field. And if you want, we can organize a group session here from you guys, I mean. And I don't mind either way. My purpose is to part with my knowledge, whatever has been bestowed upon me by the Guru. That's it, as much as I can. Got it?
Thank you.
Yes, Hanji, thank you.
And you have my email to contact me. And on my card that Bhupinder is gonna share that, excuse me, you have my phone number as well. Got it? All right. Anyone else? That was not a question. I don't need padding or schmoozing, please. I need question. So that when I should say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't answer. Challenge. Come on, girls.
I have a question.
Wow. I can't answer. You are the boss. See,
You know,
fear of being losing the job, Wanda.
I'm what?
Fear of losing the job.
That's okay. That's okay. If someone wants it, they can have it. But I heard this expression recently that I'm wondering if you can interpret, and you probably have in what you've said so far. But the term is what scares me most is my own power.
Own power, you said?
Yes, my own power. What scares me most is my own power. What does it mean within the Sikh religion or any religion really? I think it could be interpreted universally, right?
Power
Just
is, I got it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be disrespecting you. Let you finish. But I got it. Less said is more understood. Power has two sides here, two effects, two emanating sources. One is materialism, which leads to egotism or five vices. The other power is spiritual power, which is emanating from the oneness, as we say this way, right? So the power you're talking is when it is inclined towards the negativity, towards the materialism, it doesn't have truthfulness, righteousness, it's harmful. The power, when emanates from the spiritual domain, it's always supportive. It always gives you strength to fight with the vices. Does it make sense, Wanda? Oh, thank you. So I'll get a job. Yay!
I thought we settled that. You have the job. No, more particularly, Mr. Singh, is the the notion that I mentioned earlier when you came on about and I think I second or agree with the students sort of talking about needing our elders, needing our religious people to sort of guide us and answer questions as we go through life, right? We unfortunately I'm sure most of us always sometimes feel that that we, unlike in our countries of origin, right, where there are communities that are very tight. Sometimes when we live in big urban urban societies like New York, like Los Angeles, right, we and although we sometimes have religious spaces that we can go to, we lack that sort of that three generational, fourth generational sort of involvement in our everyday life. So in a way, I second the student that talked about sort of wanting to have more than, you're going to temple or going to the Gurdwara, but having a space where you can ask, you can have that community, a deeper community connection. So yeah, so thank you again for everything that you do, for coming and being on the summit this year. I hope you will be a part of the summit and part of the United Sikhs sort of life on a day-to-day basis, because it's very important and necessary. But thank you.
Thank you.
And we will bring you into some of our cases as well, as I mentioned before. And thank you for graciously. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, when you
there were some
Hanji?
chats. Please help me in
Yeah.
explaining. I can't.
So, okay, so the question is it possible for someone with depression to live by these principles? Will it be more difficult, or what do you suggest?
Has anyone tried? No. Then how can I say it's
Mm.
possible? Everything Whatever Gurbani teaches us is doable, not impossible. It's a practical way of life. That's it. That's all I can say. You try it. Probably whosoever has the question, they didn't try it in the beginning. Hear me in the beginning. Charan, Sharan, Gur ek penda jai chal. Satguru Kot Penda, Aage hoye let hain. Do we have time? I can explain it psychologically.
Sure, take a minute or two, no problem.
Okay. Yeah. When we were kids, and we have all experienced that. When we were a kid, we used to stand. That's it. After crawling, we used to stand. Our wanted to make us walk, take a step. We were afraid of death. We all are afraid of death, taking any step, any risky step. But the parents knew that they're going to hold us. So they would give us some attractions, some candies, some phone, some lightning stuff that attracts me. So I would get distracted from that fear of death thought, and I'll take one step. I would tend to fall. And the person, my elders, my dad, my mom, standing right in front of me, inviting me to come on, they would run and hold me. Therefrom, I inculcated a faith that if I fall, they're gonna hold me. They're gonna not let me fall. That faith is missing between a person and Guru. When I say Gur mere sang sada hai nale, I have to inculcate that faith, that belief system, the whole belief system, that if I fall, he's gonna hold me. Tu mera rakha sabni thai. You are my savior at every dark or light place. That should be the conviction. Make sense? I don't know. Bak raha hu, a shair says, bak raha hu junoo mein kya kya kuch. I'm so doped that I'm barking. Kuch na samjhe khuda kare koi. God, no one should understand. That's it.
I want to.
Chats?
Hanji, actually, I just wanted to recognize Maninder Singh Viji. Maninder Singh Viji has been with the United Sikhs for quite some time now. I'll give a very tiny detail about him, but he has been on the front lines of a lot of our humanitarian aid. He's been in, I don't even know how many states that he has himself prepared langar to be distributed in LA, in Texas, in obviously New York. That's where he's based, and I mean, so many other states. But he brought this beautiful gem of Kamaljeet Singh to us. So I'm deeply grateful for you. Please introduce yourself, say Fateh to everybody.
Thank
Viji.
you, Vipinaka Benji. Thank you, everyone who is joining this very, very important summit. And more importantly, Gurbani being inducted in this summit. I'm thankful to Paminoga Benji and everyone who around the think tank, because since the summit has begun, that's how I got Kavalji Singh. I'll just give you a short background. Like we always feel that Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji, who installed Takht Shri Akal Takht right in the premises of Harmandir Sahib. So that gave me a kind of a conviction power that, hey, something which voice the today's topic, that was really turned down a light. It's not, the summit is not meant for maybe Gurbani, it's advocacy, it's nothing to do with the we are not a religious organization, but we of course we are Sikhs, but then we can't. Then somehow everybody sanity prevailed, and everybody thought calmly, as he said, when the mind is calm, you get think better, and that is how Bhavendra Ganji supported this cause. Of course, everybody, the tag, and then my mentor Kavalji Singh ji, he takes classes not only in US but across in India and entire globe. He's a great a spiritual advisor because of interpretation of Gurbani is actually very dicey, and people like me, I learn something different in Gurdwara. Same Shabad like Guru Mere Sangsara Hai Nale, he will say, "Hey, Guru is with me all the time," but then he explains, for example, Bhavinder Kaur Penji has learned.
We lost the connection right when he said my name. Oh,
Yeah,
darn.
something happened.
Oh, we missed connection.
Again, oneness.
I think
that's what happens.
Hanji.
Oneness, I-ness, otherness. It's practical.
Hanji. Yeah. ਚਲੋ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੈਸੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਤਾਰੀਫ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੈਸੇ ਚੰਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਗੁੱਡ that you cut off.
ਸੀਗੀ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਬਚਾਈ ਰੱਬਾ
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, it's not. Sharing information is never schmoozy, I believe.
Thank you so much.
I still see some chats, Bhupinder ji.
Okay.
We have a final presentation. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just a thank you for your guidance and everything. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here. We're deeply indebted to you, and looking forward to seeing you at the next summit. And even before that with the other students in other ways. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, all of you, to have me here, to listen to me patiently, and to believe in Guru's words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay. If we wish you would stay for the next presentation, which is our very own Bhupinder Kaur, who will present on the issue of how students can support the United Sikhs mission. And then after that, it's Friday. It's our last day. Sadly, I wish this could continue. We had so much information and so many people that came on board and shared their life experiences and their passion with all of us. And it's sad to see that it's the last day. But we do need to give Bhupinder Kaur, a moment to talk about how our students and AHA students can give back to the organization and give back to the community. She has very good tips about how to do that. And then after that, we have our leadership again coming to sort of give last words. Gurvinder Singh from Texas and Gurpreet Singh from New York will speak to you finally with some final words. But and I'll have some final words as well, maybe a few sentences. But it's kind of sad to see that it's Friday already. It was so quickly, right? I don't know about you guys, but it just seemed like it went by in a flash. But we are here for you. We will continue to be here for you. Call us if you need internships or anything else, and we're here for you. Thank you. And I want to say a little bit about Bhupinder, unless Christina wants to.
I'd love to hear how Wanda would introduce Bhupinder, of course, because if you want me to do that, I will just read some parts of the bio. But I think it would be best if you could introduce Bhupinder.
Well, I think Bhupinder can introduce herself as well. So we do that. We've done that with everybody else. So Bhupinder, I'm sure, has a very exciting some exciting stuff that she can share with her students. But Bhupinder is the backbone of United Sikhs in our operations here. It's all of our staff. We have a small team, but we work almost 7/24. I could tell you. And the funny thing is, we're across various coasts, so and around the world sometimes, and so we do our best to sort of keep up up. And Bhupinder has been a very, meaningful and sort of, like I said, the backbone of United Sikhs and our operations, not just here in New York, but everywhere. Thank you, Bhupinder, for your part in making this summit the success that it's been. So tell us a little bit about yourself and,
Oh my
what brought
gosh.
you to Sikhs and
You guys
the
are,
work.
oh my gosh, you guys are so kind. You too, Christina and Wanda. You guys have literally been, um, the little discs in between. Fun. Like we're all a team. We're all supporting one another, and I'm just so glad. Like, after doing these summits for a couple of years, from your guidance, Wanda and Christina, also being able to do. I mean, there's like literally not enough words. I mean, this year's summit has probably definitely been the best one that I've ever attended, and I think future ones are just gonna get even better. But just a tiny bit about myself, like I've been with the United Six for almost 4 years now. I started out just managing the helpline, which is the 24-hour helpline that we have that helps connect our community with resources because a lot of other organizations or nationalities, they have their own helplines that cater to their needs and cultural sensitivities. However, there was nothing like that for especially our Sikh community, but even just a South Asian community, to understand how we can help one another. But this helpline is really, really vital. So that helpline is managed 24/7, 365, no days off. And, I look forward to getting more engagement by, our attendees here to help, sustain that helpline. Especially, I mean, we'll talk about there's just so much to talk about, you guys. Oh my God. Just, even talking about like media wise, because all of the work that we do, if it doesn't show up on media, like it's almost like it never happened. Only the people who were there knew it happened, but the world doesn't know what we're doing. So that's a huge part of the work that we do. And people like you guys are so vital to making this happen because if it's not for you, we don't really have an organization because that's how the organization is built upon Seva. And in order to be able to do this job, I think you really need to like love it. You need to I think there's just a separate passion for being a part of this organization. And I'm like not only proud, I'm like honored to be okay. Let me not get emotional. Christina, will you please share
Yeah.
the slides? That happens to me a lot, you guys. Sorry, it's just part of the job, man. While Christina is sharing, okay, here we go. I want to give a special, special, special shout out to Hannah, who is one of our media director who's helping us through our media organization. And man, oh man, special props to like big time props to Hannah. And thank you so much, Wanda, for getting this together in such short notice as well, too. So you students, how can you guys support the mission of United Six? Next slide, please. So who is United Six? We are an international humanitarian organization. We are inspired by the Sikh principles of Seva, which means selfless service. We serve people of all backgrounds, regardless of their religion, race, or nationality. And that's one of the core principles of Sikhism. There's some beautiful images that you made, Hannah. Again, props to you. We're responding to disasters, promoting human rights, supporting education, and community assistance. So, our three pillars: disaster relief or humanitarian aid, our legal advocacy wing, which is called ICRA, and then our community empowerment and education development, which is our SEED, which Inderjeet Virji had spoken about yesterday. So those are our three pillars that we work on. So why does student involvement matter? What can you do? So hopefully this summit has inspired you to find your own leadership or, and make those connections with one another, and just make a meaningful impact in your own community. Because, they say like God helps those who help themselves. So just as Kamalji Singh had mentioned earlier, is put the mask on yourself, and that's how you'll be able to, help everybody else. So your own responsibility to humanity is how you'll be able to make an impact on the community and building partnerships with other schools and community organizations. So mentioning schools here, I would actually like to say that United Sikhs has a student association. Can you see it? United Sikhs Student Association. So for those of us, so those who were not able to attend the summit, we kind of limited it to have 17 and up, high school graduates and older, but that doesn't mean that you can't be involved. So a lot of high school students have opened up student associations or United Sikhs Student Associate, USSA, in their own high schools, and they are doing really grassroots organizing in their own school. And we'll send them out t-shirts. The some examples is they've gone to local like fire departments or local police stations, just taken like a couple of crates of water and just wearing their t-shirts and say, hey, sometimes the community needs resources. If a disaster strikes, you can count on us. We'll be there for you. And any other types of needs. So little nuggets that we can give you on how you can be involved. Next. So how United Six is funded. So being a 501c, our organization is built on donations. All of the work that we do, it's by generous donations, by volunteers like you, and amazing gurdwaras that have supported our projects, individual donors, and then we have monthly supporters who take the swand, and this another good opportunity to talk about your the swand. So the concept of the swand, actually, Kamalji Singh, would you take 1 minute or two and explain the concept of the swand?
Who you asked, Pupinder, me?
You, Hanji.
Yeah.
Can you just like a quick?
Yes, Daswand means 10th, 1/10. It happens in many religions, many faith systems, Christianity, Islam, Sikh as well, Hinduism as well. What they do is it makes them imperative, and it not carried out at the same time, but it's imperative for a Sikh to donate, to contribute 1/10 of his income towards the virtual deeds. It doesn't have to be a Gurdwara or an organization, towards virtual deeds. Whosoever you think that is, or they are doing great job, that's how we support United Sikhs. That we part of our 1/10 we donate to the organizations like United Sikhs and similar organizations. That's how the 1/10 Daswand is maintained.
Thank you. So just as Gurvinder Vijay had mentioned a couple of days ago, when you give your the swan, then how you help humanity is the teachings that our gurus taught us was you help those, and whatever is left is how you sustain your own self. So donations is huge, and we'll talk. I mean, we've talked about so many projects that United Six is continually doing, and the only way that we can continue functioning is by those donations. So we also apply for grants that come from the government. We submit a certain project that we want to do. We have grant writers and pending all of the check marks, are checked off, that we are afforded grants, and that helps us do our work. And in-kind donations are also very helpful, especially like when disasters strike. And I remember Maninder Viju will also remember too, is back when we had the LA fires. A lot of people did not know how to immediately help. And some guy had a pizza company and he sent 250 pizzas. I was like, oh my God, like he came in a like an 18-wheeler. And that thing was stacked full of pizzas. But I mean, in-kind donation, we had blankets, like pallets and pallets and pallets of blankets that we distributed. I mean, there's so many in-kind donations that we have that really help support the community. Another thing that you guys can really help with is community fundraising. So I'll share it on in our WhatsApp group too. But I also did a little tea party promoting the Umeed helpline. So we found a local community just here in our city over here. A couple of city council members, a couple we had Shwinder Singh, who was the first Sikh city council member in the city of Yorba Linda, California. And he recognized United Sikhs and other members. So we just had a little tea party. We put a little ticket for people to come. We did a raffle. We raffled off some cool merch. We had local organizers or local businesses who donated items as a raffle, and then people bought tickets to win those raffle items. I mean, you guys have heard of Got Bhangra, right? They're the Bhangra dancers that dance behind Diljit Dosanjh at all of his concerts. They donated a two practice sessions for Bhangra, from their company, and that was really cool. I mean, there's so many amazing resources and connections that we've been able to make that has been able to help United Sikhs do the work that we do. Next, please. So, as I mentioned, student fundraising ideas is you guys can come up with like a charity walk or a run. There's so many other things, cultural nights, bake sales. The hygiene kits are really, really effective for people, especially that are facing homelessness. That you can get your local communities to help pitch in. Find those donors, find those Sikh business owners, and say that, hey, we want to pass out socks. Remember, we talked to Gurvinder Singh and Kamaljeet Singh, and they were saying that one of the highest requested items were socks. So do a sock drive, distribute them in shelters around your area. But other things are sports tournaments. I know New York is going to be having Sikh hoops. The Seattle had some Sikh hoops. There are some, organizations that you guys can get in touch with and say, hey, we want United Sikhs to be here too, and find out how you guys can get involved in the community. And then holiday giving campaigns. So um, a lot of other organizations or other religions do things around Christmas time. I propose that we do things just like Guru Arjan Dev Ji Shahidi, that we do shabils, right? It's the drink that, the milk and the rose water drink that we pass out to Sangat because it's so hot during that time. There are so many other things that we can do. During our own Sikh festivals and holidays. I will tell you, with my own kids, I celebrate Vaisakhi with them. Like, I don't know if you guys have you seen those little figurines of Baj Singh and Teg Kaur, and they're like little figurines that are Sikh, like Nihang Singhs. I do like a what is it? Like Elf on the Shelf. But I did it with Baj Singh and Thekor. Like they had the stana all over the place, and but it led up to Vaisakhi. So every single day they did like a little, they made Kara Prasad, and so the kids woke up in the morning and Deg was made, and they were like, oh, who made those? Like, oh, Baj Singh made, it's like little things like these that inspire the community, or just, the young people to do a cool thing like that. I have so many ideas like that. You guys get in touch with me. Next slide. So beyond fundraising, you guys can also volunteer at local service events. Um, in Northern California, one of our volunteers, Dakshdeep Singh, is actually coordinating a food sorting with a Second Harvest, I believe it is. And they have a set number amount of volunteers that they need. So United Sikhs team will be going there and helping out with food sorting. And there's also food distributions. There's so many other things that we can do. Doing clothing drives, especially now that back to school is going to be happening in a month or so. There's going to be school supplies that our kids will probably need. You guys can get in touch with us and we can help you make that happen. Next slide. So, how do you measure success? The number of student volunteers. I mean, the more sangat that you can get, that can help the community, the larger impact it has. How many funds were you guys able to raise? How many donations were you able to collect? How many community members served? And big thing is, how many partnerships were you able to create? Like I said, how I mentioned that one tea party made so many different connections, like Mani Singh Kang, that was one of our speakers. I met him there. Actually, he came to, he invited me to speak at a city council meeting where it was the first time in Buena Park, California, that we were able to do ardas at the invocation of that city council session. And it's like little wins like these that end up being so impactful. So make those partnerships, talk to your community, see how you can make that big impact. And again, anybody who volunteers, especially those high school students that need volunteer hours, we can provide that. And again, we also have our internship programs too, where Kuljit Kaur and Bipinpreet Kaur, Nivaj Singh, they're all United Sikhs interns who are going on to do even more great things. Next slide. So every student has the ability to make a difference by contributing either your time, your skills, or your resources. We can just continue to build the mission of Seva and humanity. And so I want to thank you guys. I hope something in here has inspired you to do something in your own community. And it would be an honor for United Sikhs to be a part of your Seva and your ideas. And I think it would be a great time also to mention that, we're always looking for new ideas. There's always so many new Seva opportunities. If we're already doing something, but you have an amazing idea that you want to happen, contact me. Let us know. You guys have our emails and our contacts and all of that information. Don't hesitate and don't let anything hold you back. Just like how Tina Sodi just said that, don't let anyone tell you no. That's it. We're going to help you make it happen. That's what we're here for.
And yes, we will.
Thanks.
Yes, we will. And I have one other thing I want to add to what Pupinder has just said. After everyone has an opportunity to say thank you, Pupinder. So one of the things that we also, I think is very important, is that we rally around issues, right? We rally our support, our community support. We show up when when our communities are threatened. I'll give you an example. Recently, we rallied the community around the issue of Harjinder Singh, who is in Florida, when he appeared in court the first time. And it's the truck driver case. When he appeared in court for the first time, and the lieutenant governor of Florida, put him on a plane and dragged him into Florida from California. He had no turban. I think we all saw, the world saw him without his turban. And we, as his attorneys and advocates, we eventually were able to convince the sheriff's office in St. Lucie, where he is being held, that is not the way. That is not the way. And so in, what was it, May or June, Bhupinder, that we rallied, we rallied people around, one of his court hearings. And the reason we did that was because we wanted to show the power of the community. When the community speaks, that, that government listens, right? And so he showed up with his turban on his first appearance before the judge. And I think that was an impactful moment. And the only reason that happened is because people know that we're watching. People know that people like you and me are keeping our government, accountable to what we need from them. And so we have another opportunity to rally around the issues that are important to the community, because I think you've heard over the course of this summit that this on the commercial driver's license issues, which we know affect the community to such an extent and to such a deep extent. And one of the things we can do, you and I and students, everyone on this call, everyone your families, is to rally behind the hearing in Washington, D.C., in the late summer, early fall. And if you keep in touch with us and you look at our website, you'll find we're going to feed you, we're going to provide information, we're going to share all of that information about what you can do. And even if it's just a trip one day to DC to be there, one person makes a difference. 2 people make an absolute difference. 3 people make an amazing difference. So you see what and so showing up, and the other day I saw, I passed by a school and I heard, chanting, students chanting. And I remember my days in college, when we used to rally around issues and what impact we made, right? Just by showing up one day and, and with the chant, we will not be defeated, or whatever it was, it was so amazing. And that is something we, I continue to do even as, so many years later, show up and chant and, and tell our government that, there are things that they can't do. And, our next opportunity as a community is to show up for that. And it's not just going to be the Sikh community. It's going to be anyone and everyone who has something to say about the way that the people are being treated, the way that civil rights and human rights are being sort of dismantled. This is our opportunity. So I hope you'll all join us in DC. And it's been a pleasure to see all of your beautiful faces and young faces so eager to learn. We're here. If you need any internship, if you need anything you need, please reach out. Either through our website, our Facebook, through our Meet helpline. There are many ways that you can reach us. And you all probably have my email address as well. Please join us. We need you. Thank you. And I think that the next person, I think that we're at the end of the summit, sadly, but we do have our leadership here. We have Gurpreet Singh, who is our Chief Executive Officer and an amazing person. You heard from him early on at the beginning of the summit. And are you there, Gurpreet? Are you? There he is.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
All right. Thank you for joining. You have the floor.
Yes. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, mentors, volunteers, most importantly, our inspiring young leaders. As we conclude the 16th Sikh Summit, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this gathering such an extraordinary success. Over the past week, we have learned from remarkable speakers, engaged in meaningful conversations, built lasting friendships, and strengthened our commitment to leadership, service, and excellence. This summit has been more than an event. It has been an investment in the next generation of our leaders. That's all of you here. On behalf of United Sikhs, I extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers, mentors, sponsors, volunteers, staff, and every individual who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your dedication, generosity, and commitment has made this summit truly remarkable. Can I have a big round of applause for Wanda and Bhupinder Kaur, and so many others that we have that are not in front of the camera, that have worked behind the camera. Thank you so much. The
Christina,
friendship you have
and
made-
yeah, I want to add Christina, Interjeet,
Christina.
Interjeet, and Anunit, who is and who am I missing? Bhupinder, am I missing anyone?
Our interns, Siriadi
Our
and Nikhil.
interns,
And
Siriadi,
Kuldeep.
Nikhil, Kuldeep, Gurpreet,
Vipinpreet, yes.
and Vipin. Yeah, all of our staff who, as I said before, tirelessly. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Gurpreet. I just wanted
Oh,
to
no,
sort of.
this is not a speech. This is an interactive closing remarks, and I want this to be as engaging as possible. Thank you so much, Wanda. Uh, I didn't have all the names on the tip of my fingers, but thank you so much. The friendships you have made, the lessons you have learned, and the inspiration you have gained over these past few days are not only beginning. Stay curious, stay courageous, continue to serve your communities with compassion and lead by example. Today, you're not simply graduating from the 16th Sikh Summit, you're becoming a part of United Sikhs family. And I mean that in all seriousness. You're part of us, and united we stand and divided. So our strength is in unity. If you're interested in volunteering with United Sikhs, serving our community, or establishing United Sikhs chapter in your school, university, or your local area, please, we would be delighted to work alongside you to help you turn your passion into a meaningful action. I also want to thank all of you who have reached out to me and written to me during the summit. I've received your emails. I don't want to read out any names, but I want to acknowledge your emails. I wasn't able to get through to them this week because of the summit and other pressing commitments, but I will definitely get back to you next week. Thank you so much. And if anybody has any other questions or wants to reach out to me, feel free to reach out to me, Wanda, Vapinder, or any one of us. We are we are one team, and we collaborate on almost everything. Together, we can continue to build a stronger. We can, excuse me. Together, we can continue to build stronger communities, inspire others to serve, and create lasting positive change. I look forward to seeing many of you become the next generation of United States leaders. So, I mean, I already see one, Bipin. I remember 3 years ago when she had her first summit, and you've come a long way, and this is only the beginning. Thank you once again to everyone who contributed to the success of the summit. May Vaheguru bless you with wisdom, strength, humility, and the courage to make a positive difference in the lives of others. Have a safe journey home. Well, you're not commuting, but maybe some of you are, and we look forward uh, to you being part of the family. You're not just graduating today, but you're becoming. This is the beginning of your next chapter. You're part of our alumni, and we will. And many of you have come back, and we look forward to continue to engaging with you. So thank you very much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. If there are any comments or questions, please feel free. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Actually, I wanted to see if we can get like a screen, a picture of all of us, please. Um, for those, can you please turn your cameras on for the ones who have not? So we can just get a quick picture and then you can turn it back off. No worries. Um, let us know, Christina. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We can allow Christina to say some parting words. Kuljit, some of our staff who am I missing? Yeah, if you can say some words to the students, some parting words, that would be great as well. So that as we end the summit.
Thank you, Wanda. I've my first summit was last year, and this year's experience is definitely different from what we had last year. And if all the participants, I'm very proud of the team of the United Six team for coming up with this summit, from the panelists, from the topics, and it's really a very fruitful week for me. As I've said, and as I always say, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I wasn't aware of what Sikhism is. I wasn't aware of the existence of the religion. But those 3 years, it changed because I fell in love with the values, with the teachings, and there's some sort of connection. And I think everything that I've learned from this week's summit, the fact that we were able to connect the values with those of the teachings of all of the information that were imparted by our speakers, I think that by itself is the success that we have gained from this year's summit. And for that, I congratulate everyone from the team, our participants, especially our participants. I'd like to thank you in behalf of the team for staying with us. And I think that fact alone, we appreciate that, because it sends a message to us that we are giving you something very important, and we are delivering what we intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. That's very true. Very important point. Kuljit?
Hi, thank you. I just want to say that this was my first Sikh summit ever, and going in, I didn't know what to expect as much. You read the descriptions and you're like looking forward to it, but being in the summit really, really like transformed my view of politics, law, everything, because one thing it did for me was really like, I guess, make it real. You read about these representatives or these speakers in the news or other sources of media, but it's always looked like it was out of reach for me. Like it was just something that, unattainable. But this Sixth Summit has made it attainable. Like it transformed it for me a lot. And it really inspired me to like fill in these roles, like, do something for my community. And so I really want to thank the speakers, but also all the hard work that Wubin Benji did, Wanda, you did, and Anuni, Christina. You guys worked so hard to put this summit together, and just thank you. Like it's such a valuable experience for us students, and it gave me knowledge and experience that I will carry on for a long time to come. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Kuljit is one of our interns here at United Sikhs, relatively new, but already making an impact. Thank you, Kuljit, for interning. Thank you for being part of our summit or the summit. And I just want to give also our student participants to also say some last words. I think we're missing Anunit. Anunit, are you there? Our staff member. Did we lose her?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Can you say some parting words?
Yeah, this was my first summit. I don't know like what to expect or what to not, but it was like a great experience for me. I learned a lot during this time. Like it was like a great experience to listen to the speakers. I don't know like much about the politics and law. Like I'm a dentist back from India, so it's like I would say new chapter of my life, and I want to do something for my community for sure after attending this summit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Amneet, are you there? Sudhana?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, can you say some parting words to us?
Sure. It also was my first summit as well, and I'm really glad I took the leap of faith and joined it. I did learn a lot, and it was great to see like how inspirational some of the speakers were and just how easy it is to make an impact. And it was great to see like representation about how our people are just coming together and really helping out the community. So it was definitely a great experience.
Thank you. Amrit?
Yes, I just want to say this is again also my first summit. But again, I've been involved with the United Six for a long time, but I didn't know they had opportunities like this, especially for students. So I'm just really grateful that I had the chance to be here. I would like to come year after year after year, just to, not only as a student, but also as a mentor to other students that are wanting to get involved with the United Six or just with advocacy as a whole. And I'm just really thankful again for Wanda, Pupinder, Anuneet, and Christina, and all the organizers, all the staff, just for organizing such a great event, getting all these amazing speakers, which, I otherwise, I think a lot of us could say otherwise would not have a chance to even meet or even nevertheless talk to or ask questions to. So I really am grateful and I can't wait to be here next year.
Kirtina?
Hi, I felt really lucky to be part of this summit. It was my first Sikh summit, and it was just so inspiring listening to all the speakers, and it was just very encouraging. It encouraged me a lot to do something within my community, and I just feel so lucky to be part of it and see how everyone is so helpful and supportive. Like they're always saying that, oh, like we're always there to help you if you want to open up something, to do something, and everyone just giving their contact information. Like that just feels very that like we're very lucky to be part of this and how United Six is like helping the youths like grow. Thank you.
Thank you,
I just want
Virginia.
to add to that really
Mabina?
quick. Sorry, before Mabina goes, I just want to add to that. Like, we are genuinely open to actually making it happen. I don't want you guys to say, oh, I wanted, and then it not happen. Make it happen. We're gonna help you make it happen. So don't think that these are just empty words or empty promises. We will literally make it happen. Just it's a team effort. Let's get to it.
Yeah, and I want to back that up by saying that, if you want to be part of of litigation, we will put you in the middle of it. If you want to be part of a fundraiser, you are in the middle of it. You're not sidelined. You're not, of course, sometimes when you're in court, there are rules, right? We have to follow. But if we can put you right in the middle of it, we're going to give you that experience. So please reach out to us. Mabina,
Hi, yes, this was my first Sixth Summit, and although I am a rising junior in high school, I'm still so glad that Prafunder Auntie G was able to give me this information last minute because I've learned so much. And even though I'm not like exactly interested in the line of law, I'm still interested in advocacy for Sikhs, and I've learned so much. And like others have said, giving back to the community, I think this has definitely inspired me to do more than what I'm already doing. So thank you so much for organizing this.
thank you. Pardeep?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. This was also my first Sixth Summit, and I loved it so much. I honestly cannot think of any other organization that gives you an opportunity to speak to a US representative or a famous author or someone who is just about to become a judge. Like that, those opportunities are just so rare. And I think that it's so great to be reminded that there are good people still that exist and work hard and we're all fighting the same fight. I think it's easy to be like just let down seeing what's going on in the news and just, being pessimistic, but talking to everyone who is actively like making a difference, it just makes me feel even more motivated. So I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Simran.
I'm sorry if it's a little bit glitchy, but this summit overall was just so like awe-inspiring, and listening to everybody's personal testimonies really brought it just so much to light how much we can do, and listening to people's plans and actions kind of inspired me that I can be a part of like tangible change. And I feel like I like just gained a whole new community, as everyone has been saying, like everyone's been so open into sharing their information and having conversations. It doesn't feel like a webinar or a conference. It feels like we're having one-to-one talks, like we're all in the same room, and it's just been a lovely experience. Feels like a full circle moment.
Thank you so much. And so now, sadly, we're ending the summit, but I do want, we have our international humanitarian aid director with us who will give our last words. And then, I'm putting my email in the chat room. Please feel free to reach out to me with anything that you may need, internships, or as we said, anything, and we're here for you. And then I'm going to introduce Gurvinder Singh, who spoke to us earlier and is leadership here at United Sikhs, without who we could not be doing this. So thank you, Gurvinder. And any last words?
Yes, ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Thank you everyone for joining. Appreciate everyone's time as has been stated. Everyone that's on the call, all the youth that's in the call, including the youth that's in the next room to me, Amrit Singh, and especially I see that we have so many young Sikh women on the call and from other faiths, so many rising stars in the community that their heart bleeds to do something for others, and that I think is the crux of the organization. Is if you have the wherewithal within you, if you have the passion, if you have the willingness, if you have the desire to do something beyond yourself, right? To assist others beyond the four walls of your home and of your comfort. If you are willing to do that, United Sikhs is a platform to get that done. I remember when I first joined, Hardayal Baji approached me in Dallas, and he was referred by a mutual friend, and he said, they referred me that this is what we want to do, and I'm like, good enough for me, because that gave the legitimacy, and that's what Brother Kamaljeet Kalu had stated as well when we met Sandeep Singh Taliwal, right? He told me specifically, he was very close to me, that multiple organizations had reached out to him for him to join those organizations. And he said, man, Gurvinder, I'm gonna tell you this as a really close friend. He said, I'm a police officer. I did research on everybody, including you. He said, I did background checks on everybody, including you. And once I did those background checks, I found out, that this is the organization that I want to partner up with. Why is that? Because United Sikhs is about the Sangat, is for the Sangat, is of the Sangat. The work we do is all encompassing. If you, like I stated before, if you want to do law, United States is going to help. If you want to write, United States is going to help. If you want to organize, United States is going to help. If you want to be on videos, if you want to talk, if you want to engage, if you want to present, United States is going to help. If you want to go in the field and give water to someone who's thirsty, United States is going to help. If you want to provide shelter to those who are not able to fend for themselves, or provide meals to those who cannot fend for themselves, United States is going to provide that platform. If you want to engage, if you want to help in camps, if you want to help in seminars, if you want to help in conferences, United States is going to help. End of the story. United Sikhs is a UN affiliated organization. So it's going to not only help you further your careers, it's not only going to help you further your education, it's going to help you further your soul, because it's going to help you nurture your soul, because you've done something for others. You provided them a platform, you provided them an extended arm, you've provided them with assistance. I'm going to sum it up with this. When I initially started, the first disaster I physically went to was Hurricane Katrina, which was an eye opener, right? Because sometimes you see things on TV, but when you see them in person, it is heart wrenching. Now, jealousy gay zameen, we met people who had the same clothes they had worn for a week, and we had individuals ask us. We wear turbans, right? Some of our sisters have chunnis, some of our sisters have turbans, some of our sisters don't, some of our brothers didn't. But at the minimum, we look different than a typical individual living in Louisiana. They asked us numerous times, you don't worship typically the way we worship, right? You're of a different faith. You are not from here, meaning Louisiana, meaning New Orleans, meaning Baton Rouge. You don't have any family here. So why are you here helping us out? Why are you here taking out your time to be with us, to assist us? What is in it for you? And when we told them, we're here because you're our brother, you're our sister, and you're in need, we're here to fulfill that need. That's what our faith teaches us, is to fulfill a need. And when that, when that was told to them, many of them had water in their eyes. They started tearing up. That somebody who's not related to me, somebody who doesn't worship like me, somebody who doesn't look like me is here to help me out when I need it the most. Right? And I kid you not, I was in my early 20s at the time, right? I'm going to age myself, but um, I got a letter personally in the mail. I got a letter personally in the mail from an individual who was like, Mr. Singh, by you guys coming out, providing us fresh meals, by providing us clothing, by providing us assistance, you to me were like Jesus and how he went out and did outreach and assisted those in need. Now, we're from the Sikh faith. Now, imagine what somebody felt when we helped them to kind of put us in line with, with a Messiah of his faith. All right. So from then I thought that, what sometimes you think that when you're in the moment, the assistance or the things you do, man, it may not make that big of an impact. It may not be that substantive. But look how substantive it was to that individual who we just were able to provide a meal to. That he remembered it, he sent a postcard, and things he wrote. So sometimes when you're in the thick of it, sometimes when you're embroiled in the fight, sometimes when you're in the midst of it, you may think that the world is collapsing on you. You may think the walls are coming in because you're just in the midst of a battle, right? Whether it be in advocacy, whether it be in service in a disaster. And you might not be able to see the picture, right? From above. You may not be able to distinguish the forest from the trees. But I can assure you, each and every action you do, each and every action you engage in, each and every action that you are able to pursue and able to initiate, it has such an impact on those who are in the recipients. It has such an impact on those who are awaiting with open arms. It is a revolutionary idea to go serve someone. It is a revolutionary idea to go help someone. And let's be a part of that revolution. Can't wait to work with all of the youth here. Can't wait to engage with all of the youth here. Can't wait to learn from you guys. Right? There's so much that you guys can teach us, and just can't wait to be a part. Have you guys be a part of the United Six family? Reach out to us anytime. You guys have any questions? You guys have any concerns? You guys have anything that we can improve upon? You guys love something we did? You guys feel that we can engage and we can add something else? Remember, you're as an integral part of the United Six family as I am, or as Christina is, or as Pupinder is, as Gurpreet Bhaji is, as Wanda is. You're as integral to the organization as anybody. And I'm proud of the youth. I'm proud of the ideas. I've been listening off and on throughout these days with the questions you've had, with how your heart beats for the punt, how your heart beats for the community, how your heart beats for humanity, how your heart beats to do something. Make sure that your heart continuously beats that way, because that is what differentiates us from those who wish to sit on the sideline. Thank you once again for everybody attending. Thank you for your time, and God bless. Vaheguru ਮੇਰਾ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੇ, and look forward to seeing what you guys have in store for us. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ.
If it's okay with all of you, I just want to say the very one last thing. If you haven't been inspired already, but 5 days ago, many of you joined the summit as students and professionals or somebody who just wanted to learn. Today, I hope that you leave here as something more. I hope that you leave with new ideas and new connections and a deeper understanding. It's about having courage, as Kamalji Singh talked about, is to take the first step. Charan charan gur ek penda jai chal, Satguru कोट पैंडा आगे होए लेत है. Just take the first step, and many steps will come to you, whether it be inspiration or service. So over the past week, listening to these incredible stories from these incredible leaders who have dedicated their lives to advocacy and humanitarian service, they all started somewhere. None of them knew exactly where their journey would lead them, but they chose to begin. Now it's your turn. So whether your path leads to law, medicine, public policy, education, humanitarian aid, or something entirely different, I hope that you'll remember that your greatest impact will always come from using your skills in Seva. So this isn't the end of the conversation. We hope it's the beginning of your relationship with United Sikhs and with the community of people committed to creating positive change. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for asking meaningful questions. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. And thank you, all of us, for inspiring us throughout this week. So go forward with confidence, stay curious, and stay connected. Never lose your commitment to Seva, and we cannot wait to see what you will accomplish. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Congratulations and thank you.